process information and exercise good judgment. And we assess classic signs and symptoms of mental illness. Are there any mood symptoms? Are there any symptoms of psychosis, such as hallucinations or delusions or thought dysfunction? So it's basically a mental status exam is a mental health checkup to see how they're doing at the time that we're evaluating them.
Okay. In your opinion, and based on your experience, what does it mean for a person to be psychotic or a person suffering from psychosis? What does that mean?
Yeah, so if maybe we understand psychosis first. Psychosis is a constellation of symptoms that essentially means the individual has in some way either had a break from reality or they have certain other types of defined symptoms. A break from reality, for example, could be that they have delusional thoughts, meaning they have these fixed false beliefs that are not based in reality and they're not subject to being refuted by logic and factual evidence. So it's just a fixed false belief that's not based in reality. Another classic symptom would be hallucinations, where in an auditory hallucination they hear something that doesn't really exist. Visual hallucination, they see something that doesn't really exist. So hallucinations and delusions are probably the most common types of psychosis that we might observe. But there can be other symptoms of psychosis. Disorganized thinking. So maybe a person, they're saying a bunch of words, but when you connect them together, they just don't make sense. It can get to the point where we call it word salad. It's a bunch of words that we understand, but the meaning of the sentences don't make any sense. You could have disorganized behavior. Maybe you see somebody disrobing in public or just fidgeting and acting strange and bizarre. Seems to carry no meaning. Those would all be symptoms of psychosis. If somebody's exhibiting those symptoms, then we refer to that individual as being psychotic.
Okay. And have you had experience dealing or treating people or assessing people who are psychotic?
I have. As I said, for 15 years I worked at Twin Valley Behavioral Health Care. So I worked on a unit with 5 days a week for 15 years with 26 patients, most of whom were psychotic and showing signs of psychosis. Outside of that, I've obviously had a private practice where I do a fair number of court-ordered evaluations, and so I see individuals in that capacity too who may be psychotic.
Okay. And shifting away from the general and focusing more on Mr. Foster's competency, do you consider whether he had any prior diagnoses for mental health disorders during your competency exam?
I did.
Okay. And based on your competency evaluation, what were his prior diagnoses?
So he had, in 2022, been taken by the police to net care for a pre-screening to see if he, in fact, needed to be psychiatrically hospitalized involuntarily.
Doctor, let me stop you there. Is that what's commonly known as a pink slip?
It is.
Okay, please continue.
Sure. So they took him to net care to be evaluated. Net care then pink slipped him, and he went to Riverside Methodist Hospital in Columbus. At Riverside, he was diagnosed with an undifferentiated schizophrenia or other psychotic spectrum disorder. Riverside decided that he needed longer-term hospitalization than their emergency room could provide, so they made arrangements to have him transferred to Sun Behavioral, which is another inpatient psychiatric hospital in Columbus. And when he got there, they too diagnosed him with a psychotic disorder. Importantly, I think, in a case like this, is their diagnosis specifically said it was a psychotic disorder not due to drugs or another physiological condition. And then over the course of that hospitalization, another provider there diagnosed him as possibly having bipolar disorder with acute psychosis.
Okay, so was Mr. Foster then psychotic when you evaluated him for competency?
Yes, he was quite psychotic, actually.
Okay. And as a psychologist, are you generally familiar with the types of medication or therapies that are prescribed to individuals who are psychotic?
I am.
What, I guess more specifically, what are psychotropic medications?
So psychotropic medications is just kind of a generic term that we use for medications that are designed to treat symptoms of mental illness. So it could be for depression, it could be for psychosis, but if you're prescribing a medication to treat a mental illness, Broadly speaking, we would refer to that as a psychotropic medication.
Okay, and did you believe that medication would allow Mr. Foster to become competent over time?
I did.
Okay, and you're not prescribing that medication, correct?
That's correct.
So you're a psychologist, but there's a psychiatrist who's a DO or an MD that's writing the script for that, right?
That's correct.
But you're working in conjunction with perhaps that psychiatrist and understanding the overall treatment plan for someone like Mr. Foster.
Sure.
Okay. So did you have the opportunity to observe Mr. Foster after he had become more clear-minded, after he had taken psychotropic medications?
I did.
Okay, and is it just like a light switch effect? You start taking medication and all of a sudden you're feeling better?
No. Typically, symptoms both onset gradually and they offset gradually. So he's not going to start taking medications today and be asymptomatic tomorrow. More likely, we're going to see a slow, graduated change where maybe he's less focused on his symptoms, less convinced in his false beliefs, less bothered by his hallucinations. And then hopefully you get to a point where he's asymptomatic or nearly asymptomatic. Now, some people never get there.
Okay. So in your opinion, did his mental state improve, Mr. Foster's mental state, after he started regularly taking prescribed psychotropic medications?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then I guess that leads me to my next point, which is the reason why you're here today. You conducted the NGRI evaluation of Mr. Foster, right?
I did.
Okay. And NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity, that's what that stands for, correct?
That's correct.
I'm just going to use that so I don't waste too much time spelling that out each time. But what does it mean to be NGRI under Ohio law?
So when we do an evaluation to determine if somebody is NGRI, we're looking to see if they have a severe mental disease or defect, and if so, if because of that severe mental disease or defect, they did not know the wrongfulness of their acts at the time that the offense is said to have occurred.
Okay. And what's the relevant time frame for an NGRI evaluation?
So the critical question, of course, is did he have a mental disease or defect that prevented him from knowing the wrongfulness at the time of the offense charged? But of relevance is the time leading up to, the time immediately at, and the time following, because they provide some critical context. But ultimately, when it comes to establishing an NGRI defense or not, the most critical time period is at the time of the offense charge.
So did your training in becoming a psychologist prepare you for offering opinions as to the mental state of defendants at the time of criminal conduct?
Yes, I was trained in these types of evaluations, yes.
Does your training as an attorney prepare you? Do you have a better understanding of criminal procedure and how that relates to an NGRI evaluation?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. And generally, walk us through how you would proceed with any NGRI evaluation, not just Mr. Foster's, but any client that you're evaluating.
Yeah, so the typical evaluation is we receive a referral, or I receive a referral, my office receives a referral, and then typically we'll want to gather records as much as we can. So we want case-related records, as much of the discovery as we can, because we need to know what happened. We're trying to understand the behavior that manifested at the time of the offense, maybe gain some insight into what his mental state was at that time. So one of the first things we do is ask for the records, case-related records, and any other relevant records, medical, psychiatric records. Once we get the records, we'll review those records, and then we'll set up a time to actually meet with the defendant and do an interview. That interview will include getting background information, doing a mental status exam, even though the critical issue is what his mental state was at the time of the offense. We're going to do a mental status exam to see how he's functioning at the time that we're meeting with him. And then as we get that background information, mental status exam, we transition into the really critical pieces, which is an understanding of what the collateral records say about what happened, the defendant's account of what happened, and what he was thinking and feeling and doing and how he was motivated. And then from that, establishing what his actual mental state was at the time of the offense. And specifically, ascertaining whether he had a severe mental disease or defect, and if so, did that prevent him from knowing the wrongfulness of his acts.
Approximately how many NGRI evaluations have you done over the course of your career?
I was worried you'd ask me that. I don't know, because I don't keep track, but I did these when I worked on the forensic units at Twin Valley Behavioral Health Care as part of my full-time job. I've done them for the past 25 years in private practice. It's, one of the more common types of evaluations I do. Years and years ago, I used to work for the forensic centers, so if I had to guess, I'd say hundreds,
Okay.
several hundred.
So Mr. Schroy and I asked you to testify in this case today. You recall us having some conversations about that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did we hire you to write Mr. Foster's NGRI evaluation?
You did not.
Okay. Did the court hire you? Did Judge Branston or someone from the Court of Common Pleas hire you to write that evaluation?
No, there was ultimately a court order for me to do the evaluation, but I wasn't retained by the court.
Okay. Did Mr. Foster independently retain you to engage in that evaluation?
He did not.
Okay. Did the Licking County Prosecutor's Office hire you to prepare an evaluation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And who did you primarily communicate with at the Prosecutor's Office concerning Mr. Foster's NGRI evaluation?
Well, the initial contact to be retained was through Ms. Wells, but then after that, there were a couple of people involved, but primarily Mr. McCoy, Tyler McCoy, was probably the one I had the most contact with.
Okay. And did you provide a complete copy of your evaluation to the Prosecutor's Office after you finished it?
My report?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you discuss your findings and opinions with the Prosecutor's Office before you reduced it to writing?
I did.
Okay. When was your last contact with personnel from the Prosecutor's Office?
Well, my most recent contact was probably just a few weeks ago, because you had contacted me and wanted to talk to me. I reached out to them to say, hey, I was retained by you all. I'm being asked by the defense to talk to them. I consider you to be my client. Are you okay with that, or do you need to have some legal wrangling to figure out whether I'm going to be allowed to talk to them? So I had email communications just a couple weeks ago to clarify if it was okay to talk with you.
Okay. And before that, when was the last time that you spoke with anyone from the Prosecutor's Office?
So before that, probably my last communication was submitting an invoice for my services, and a few weeks before that was submitting my report. And then a couple weeks before that, our last substantive contact was a phone call following my feedback and some email exchanges. And we had a lengthy phone call discussing my opinion and their position.
Okay. And did the state ever ask you about your availability to testify as a witness in their case, in this case?
They did not.
Okay. So today at this trial, you're only here at the request of Mr. Foster, right?
Through you, yes,
Okay.
through his attorneys.
Got it. So the state retained you, you provided them a report that they paid you to write, and your involvement with the case ended, with the state ended there.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. I want to set up this delusional framework because your report makes you make a really interesting comment on page 81 in your report. And just, Your Honor, for the record and for everyone's benefit, I'm going to call out page numbers through the report just so everyone knows where we are. This is on 42B, B as in boy, Your Honor. Dr. Stinson, I'm at page 81 of your report. You can take some time to get there.
Is it part of the binder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
42B?
Yeah,
Is there a tab for it?
I think so. I might have,
I don't have a very thick document.
yeah.
Your Honor, may I first?
Sure.
This is a copy of what should be stated in
Okay, I
42B.
got, okay.
I don't see 42B in my folder either.
Your Honor, I just have one moment, please.
You need a recess to?
No, we're just going to get another copy. We can proceed in about 20 seconds.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Can I do this?
Yes. Dr. Spencer, you have a copy of what was previously identified as State's Exhibit 42B. Is that your report?
This is my report,
You
yes.
recognize it?
I do.
Okay. I want to direct you to page 81 of your report.
Okay. I'm
And
there.
again, I want to provide some context to the court about something you said about the severity of Mr. Foster's mental illness. And you write, and I quote, "More enlightening than identifying individual symptoms at the time of the offenses charged is to appreciate the delusional system Mr. Foster was operating under in the time leading up to, during, and following the offenses charged, until he was put back on psychotropic medication." Do you see that?
I do.
What is this? Give us an overview. What's this delusional system that you're talking about?
So you asked for an overview, so I'll try to keep it kind of high level, and you can let me know if you want details, because it gets pretty complicated and pretty convoluted. Essentially, when Mr. Foster became psychotic, and he became delusional, he had a fixed false belief about a number of things that had transpired over the course of his life. So although he doesn't become psychotic until he's in his 20s, once he does become psychotic, he has a delusional lens that he's looking through to recall his prior life experiences. And it's his belief that starting at maybe age 2, certainly by age 4, and revealed to him and apparent to him by age 7, that there was this grand conspiracy to kill him. Now, that doesn't mean that at age 7 he thought people were trying to kill him. What it means is that in his 20s, when he became psychotic, his recollection of his past is that others had been trying to kill him since he was 2 years old or 4 years old, and that he was onto them by the time he was 7 years old. So he believes at age 7, his parents had left the house. His sister, who was age 12 at the time, had returned apparently under the influence of drugs, and that he discovered that there were 2 men who had drugged her and sent her home so that they could then break into his house, rob the home, and kill him. This is his delusional belief system that's happening. He believes it's happening at age 7. He's got a fairly convoluted recollection of what happened, that he then saw these 2 men across the street. He got a gun from the neighbor at age 7, confronted these 2 men. They took off, which confirmed his belief that they were in fact the ones who had drugged his sister, were going to break into his house and kill him. He, on foot, took off after one of them, caught the man on his back patio, which was in the same apartment complex that Mr. Foster lived in at age 7, and killed that man. The second individual, hearing the gunshot, came and approached Mr. Foster with a gun, and he had to kill that guy too. Because, in his delusional mindset at age 7, they had conspired to kill him. They were set to kill him. He said that he called the police on himself, and that's when he discovered that the police were part of the racket. They were part of this mafia group that was after him, that the police were dirty, and that in fact the Columbus Police Department was really kind of the operation for this mafia that had put hits out on him and now were coming to attack him. So, in his delusional mind, he believes that under the 18th Amendment to the Constitution and what he refers to as the Ku Klux Klan Act, he had a right to go in front of a judge, which he believes he did, and the judge exonerated him because he was defending himself from this plot to kill him, and furthermore gave him what he refers to as a pardon, which when he describes it is really permission to continue to defend himself if and only if he has to do it to defend his own life, as he did when he was 7 years old. So that's, his delusional belief starts there, that at age 2 or 4 people were doing things, and at age 7 he figured out what was really going on, and the courts got involved. He had to kill 2 people in self-defense, and he got this pardon. His delusional belief system then goes from there. In middle school, stuff's going on. In high school, stuff's going on. By the time he's 17, he believes that he's been shot twice. There's no physical evidence that he's been shot at all. But he believes in his delusional mind that he's been shot twice by these individuals. His delusional system starts to incorporate pretty much everybody else in his universe. He believes his mother is a part of the mafia. He believes his dad is friends with people in the mafia. And he believes law enforcement is the organization that's kind of housing this mafia group. And they continue to take steps to try to kill him. He believes that his mother has poisoned his drinks. His mother has put semen in his drinks in an effort to kill him. His mother killed his cousin and has attempted to take his life. He believes that a lady named Jackie, who's a part of the Columbus Police Department, has put a hit out on him and has tried to kill him. He believes that individuals that then become victims in this case actually threatened him or shot at him while he was in high school.
Doctor, let me stop you there. Victims that are identified in the indictment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please go on.
So, for example, and again, it gets very complicated, but he believes Kyle, one of the victims in this case, one of the decedents, showed up at, let me back up. He says that he held this sports program at the YMCA that was designed to bring people in from all over the country. And the purpose of this program that he set up was to identify who all were members of the mafia and then establish why they wanted to kill him. And he believes that while he was running that program, Kyle showed up and threatened him. He also talks about a high school party he was at that turns out it was at a member of the mafia. It was at their home, and there were a bunch of mafia members there, and then a brawl broke out at the end of the night, and one of the other victims in this case shot at him, and actually not just shot at him, but shot him. So this delusional system he has that started at age 7 develops, and he starts to incorporate everybody in his universe, whether it's his employers, his co-workers, his family, that they are a part of this process to kill him. Those were his paranoid delusions in a nutshell. He simultaneously had grandiose delusions. He believed, for example, that this sports program that he set up at the Y is responsible for certain NBA players being the stars they are today. He believes that he went on to the University of Akron and developed a cure for cancer, for chlamydia, for gonorrhea, for AIDS and HIV, for COVID. He believes that he had a serotonin project that he was a part of. He believes he developed a process by which families could have twins if they wanted to. He's got a whole bunch of grandiose delusions. And the way delusions and delusional systems work is they start to get all interconnected. So what he believed is he was doing all these grand things in an effort to help members of this mafia family cure their illnesses, give them stock advice so they can be rich, give them advice on other investment strategies so they could be rich. And his goal was that they could somehow see that he was an important person and then abandon their efforts to kill him. But that never came to fruition. Instead, they kept upping the ante, trying to kill him, sending hits out on him, until ultimately, at the time of the offenses, he believed Kyle and a couple other people who worked at his place of employment had infiltrated his work and had developed a plan to hang him that evening, and his death was imminent before he decided to shoot and kill 2 of them and injure 4 others.
Okay, thank you for that, doctor. Is that what you would call a systematized delusion?
It's a very systematized delusion.
And is the contrast to that a single episode of delusional thinking?
That's correct. So someone could have just a single delusion. They're just wrong about, they believe they cured an illness, and they didn't. His is systematized because, frankly, my summary is, half of it. Maybe not even half of it. It's complicated. But it's systematized because all of his beliefs, all these false delusional beliefs, get interconnected. And they incorporate people in every component of his life. The neighbors, the family, the co-workers, the employer, everybody becomes a part of it. And it grows because he starts to observe things. If it's not consistent with his delusional beliefs, he won't process it. If it is, then he'll latch onto that and say that's evidence of what's going on. For example, on the night of the shootings at his place of employment, he sees Kyle and one of the other shooting victims talking. That to him was evidence that in fact this plan was in place. They were going to hang him. They were conspiring. That's why they were talking about it.
Doctor, let me stop you right there. The shooting victim, the person that Kyle was talking to, the other shooting victim, based on your review of records from the discovery in this case, was that the victim that ran away after Kyle was immediately shot?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so he sees that talking, and that's further evidence that this plan is in place. Moreover, he experiences auditory hallucinations that are consistent with these fixed false beliefs he has. So he's, hearing, he's now carrying a weapon for several months because he feels like he needs it for self-protection because of all these delusional beliefs he has. Now he's hearing voices, you have no other choice, which in his mind means, okay, it's imminent, they're going to kill me. I have no other choice. I've got to take their life before they take my life. And in fact, in the medical records, he goes to Twin Valley for competency restoration. Before he gets on medications, he's telling his treatment providers, I don't belong here. I don't belong in jail. It was self-defense. They were going to hang me that night. I had no choice but to do this, which is consistent with what he told me as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on reviewing the records in this case, I know you hadn't ever met Mr. Foster before February 4th, 2025, but was he taking any medications on February 4th, 2025?
He was not.
What about immediately after?
No. He didn't take medications until several months after when he got to Twin Valley for competency restoration.
We're going to chronologically walk through your report. I'm not going to have you verbatim read every single page, but I want to have an overview of the major sections here
Sure.
and get through this. So when did you complete your NGRI interview of Mr. Foster?
Well, I had previously done a competency evaluation, which I testified to earlier, and that was incorporated into my NGRI report and evaluation. But I went back specifically on December 31st, 2025, and spent about 6 more hours with him, specifically ascertaining what his mental state was at the time of the offense.
And was the way that you structured your report the same way that you structured other NGRI reports for other clients?
Yeah, if it's not exactly the same, it's generally the same format.
Okay, we're going to dig into it. Page 3, there's a heading called Sources of Information and Methods of Evaluation. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what records did you use to formulate your opinion?
So in this case, there were voluminous records.
Let me just stop you there. I don't need you to recite every single record, but you can just provide a summary of the types of records that you reviewed.
Yeah, essentially the prosecutor's office shared electronically with me the discovery in this case. So I had police reports, I had body-worn camera footage from his arrest, I had detectives interviewed shortly after his arrest. And then there were also medical records and psychiatric records that I had access to, both before the offense and then after.
Okay. So, and where did you observe Mr. Foster for his NGRI interview?
Both times I met with him at the Licking County Jail.
Okay. And approximately how long did you spend interviewing him for the sanity evaluation?
So on December 31st, I spent just a couple minutes shy of 6 hours with him.
Okay. And what about for the competency interview?
So for the competency interview earlier in the year, I spent almost 4.5 hours with him.
Okay, so you have like roughly 10 hours of time with Mr. Foster.
A little over 10.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to page 17, explaining there's a heading called Relevant History, Background Information. Before we get there, I note in your report that you kind of have this key of using all capitalization font to recall certain things and then regular case fonts. Can you just explain what that means?
Yeah, so what I did here is when I originally saw him for his competency evaluation, I got background information from him. I got his history. It turns out he was untreated and very psychotic at that time. So much of it,
Competency,
at the time of the competency evaluation.
when you're meeting them?
Yes.
Okay.
So I meet with him in April of 2025 for the competency evaluation, and I get a detailed history on him. But he's untreated and he's psychotic, and so it turns out a lot of the background information he provided was inaccurate. It was delusional. When I see him in December of 2025 for the sanity evaluation, he had already been to Twin Valley for competency restoration. He had been put on medications, and he was much more clear, much less symptomatic. So when I followed up with him in December, I said, let me go over this history that you told me back in April and see if we agree that it's still accurate. And he corrected a lot of things. You know, some things he'd say, no, I was confused about that. I was hallucinating, or I was not on my medications. I wasn't thinking clearly. There are some things that we continue to believe that, in fact, are probably delusional. But what I did when I wrote the sanity report, I kept the original history he provided me, even though it was probably distorted by his delusional thinking. And then I put in all caps what he told me in December, so that we could easily see what he was saying back when he was psychotic in April, compared to what he's now telling me in December when he's treated.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Now, I'm at page 18 within that overall background information section. Tell me about Mr. Foster's family and how he plays into his mental state. How they play into his mental state.
Yeah, so if you were to read through this section and see, okay, well, what's different between the upper and lower case history that you reported in April and the all caps that you reported in December, you'll see that when he was psychotic, he believed his mom was a part of this mafia group that had been conspiring to kill him. You'll see that he believed his mom had attempted to poison him and kill him. You'll see that he believed his mom had killed his cousin. You'll see that he believed his dad was friends with people who were in the mafia. You'll see that he believed his siblings were kind of supporting his parents in conspiring against him. So he was delusional about his family. Now, what we find out when you get the history when he's not psychotic is that he actually came from a pretty good family who was fairly supportive of him. And unfortunately, he became pretty psychotic and then ended up homeless for a little bit and then living on his own. Same thing can be said for other family members. His grandmother, his uncle, they took him in for a little bit. And then his grandmother wanted him to get mental health treatment, wanted him to try to get on disability because she knew he was having problems. Well, he believed that he owned her property. I didn't get into that part of the delusion, but he believed at one point in time when he was a kid, because he had given her a lot of advice about how to invest her money, and he had set up a basketball show out in LA, that he bought some property in South Central LA, and his grandma now lives in it. So he believed that that was his property. Well, she said, hey, you got to go back to Columbus. You're not in treatment. You won't get in treatment. I can't really manage you here. He believed that she was sending him back to Columbus to be killed, that she was a part of this conspiracy. Now, why wouldn't she let him stay out in California? Well, because she was sending him back to Columbus to be killed by the mafia, and his mom was helping out with that plan. So when he was psychotic in April, he just had all these delusional beliefs that everybody essentially was a part of this mafia who was conspiring to kill him. But when I see him in December, it turns out that his family is actually, I think, fairly supportive of him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 22, 23. There's an educational history section. Just briefly, is it fair to say that Mr. Foster was a pretty decent student?
He was. He graduated high school. He went to the University of Akron. At Akron, he believed that the mafia had infiltrated the school, and he kind of got delusional about some things up there as well. I believe the police chief up there was a part of the program. But he did do a few years of schooling at the University of Akron before he returned to Columbus and got his associate's degree from Columbus State. Shortly before the offenses in this case, he actually had enrolled in Ohio State. Now, he ultimately, as we approach the date of these offenses, and his functioning deteriorates significantly, he's going to not do well in school. He's losing his jobs. He's losing his apartment and all that. But he did, in fact, enroll at Ohio State at one point.
And what about his work history? And that's starting at page 24.
Yeah, so his work history, he had some basic jobs that you might expect as a young adult. Working at kind of as a go-kart assistant at one point in time, and then doing some student stuff and working at a call center. Significantly for this case, he actually had 2 stints of employment at KDC at the place of the shooting. The first stint, he really didn't have too many problems there. At that time, he also claims that these people that Kyle and some of the other victims in this case he claimed were part of the mafia were not working there. But he left because he wanted to do bigger and better things. It appears he had some pretty grandiose delusions. He wanted to be an entrepreneur. He believed that he was giving people stock investment advice. He referred to himself as an accountant, but in reality what he was talking about is he was an investment advisor. He believed he was telling people how to invest their money. It was making them rich, and he thought that he was going to get returns on that, as if he was a financial advisor working on a performance-based compensation package. So he left KDC the first time to go do that, to be an entrepreneur and do bigger, better things. He eventually came back to KDC and also worked at Chipotle at the same time. Now this is important because you can imagine someone who has a psychotic disorder like he does is trying to get up at 6 a.m. and walk to and work at Chipotle, then go to Ohio State in the afternoon and take classes, and then work the second shift, 2:30 or whatever till 11 o'clock at night at KDC, and then get up and do it again the next day. He said he was getting worn out, he wasn't sleeping. So somebody with his mental illness, you would never advise him to take on that type of workload. So that probably stressed him and exacerbated his illness. Eventually, he loses his job at Chipotle. He associates that with the mafia interfering with his job and some shenanigans going on. And then, of course, we know how his employment at KDC ends as a result of the shooting.
At page 26, there's a section about substance abuse history. Did you know Mr. Foster to be addicted to any alcohol or drug?
He didn't meet criteria for any substance use disorders. He did have some simple use of alcohol, nothing that would be characterized as problematic. More so than alcohol, he used marijuana on a more regular basis, but it didn't appear to be excessive or problematic per se, where he'd be diagnosed with a substance use disorder. In my first evaluation with him, he reported exposure to other substances, amphetamines, mushrooms, opioids. It turns out that report was all based on delusions. He was reporting exposure to those because he was claiming, when he was psychotic, that his mother was introducing those drugs into his system through his beverages in an effort to try to poison him or kill him.
Page 30. Next, discuss Mr. Foster's legal history. Can you just briefly explain whether he has any contacts with the criminal justice system based on your review of records?
What page are you on?
I'm sorry?
What page are you on?
30, Your Honor.
Yeah, my understanding is that he had no prior juvenile or adult involvement. The only thing I saw in the records that suggested prior law enforcement involvement was him filing a complaint that he was receiving text messages that he perceived to be an indication that his sister's life and his life were in jeopardy, that somebody was going to kill him, although the records indicate the police did not read the text messages that way and didn't find probable cause to pursue the case further.
Okay, so on the same page, on page 30, there's a mental health history section. And it references the term pink slip, which I know you already defined, but can you explain when Mr. Foster was involuntarily hospitalized or pink slip?
Yeah, so in 2022, he was involuntarily hospitalized. That's when he initially went to net care because he had become assaultive at home, believed that his mom was attempting to kill him, and that he was, and that a cousin had come over to intimidate him. So he goes to net care, and then also in 2022, and I think a month or so later, his mom again calls the police and is in fear of her safety because he's claiming that she's trying to kill him and he needs to take defensive action, and that's when he gets pink slip. That's when he gets sent to the hospital and stays there for about a week.
Okay. I want to draw your attention a couple pages up on page 33, collateral records. So does this contain a summary of the records that you reviewed in making your opinion?
It does.
And these records were provided to you overwhelmingly by the prosecutor's office, right?
That's correct.
And you said there were records from his pink slips. Did you recall any medication that was prescribed to Mr. Foster as a result of his involuntary hospitalizations in 2022?
He was prescribed medications.
Okay. Did he end up complying and remaining compliant with those medications?
He was not. The records reflect that he never, when he was discharged from the hospital, he never filled the prescription.
Okay. I want to take you up to page 34 about his personnel file at KDC 1, which is another record that you reviewed. You had previously said that he was a decent employee at the beginning, but things changed. What caught your attention when you were reviewing his personnel file?
What page did you say you're on? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I said 34, but it's 39.
Thanks. And read your question again. I apologize.
What struck you, if anything, as remarkable from his personnel file, from Mr. Foster's personnel file?
Yeah, so, well, you said in your question that the records actually reflected he was a pretty good employee until kind of the months, a few months preceding the offense. So it appears when you read all the records in their entirety that he was becoming more and more psychotic, and then that's when he started having work performance and work attendance issues. He also was taking an Uber from his apartment in Columbus out to the facility that he was working at, which he said was costing him about $50 each way. So he's making $18 an hour, working 8 hours, and spending $100 on his drive to and from. Because he was taking Uber, because he wouldn't accept a ride from his mom, because he believed his mom was part of the conspiracy to kill him. I also noticed in the records that his coworkers said things like he didn't really have a disagreement or a problem with any one particular person or anything like that, but they noticed some things that would be suggestive of him having a mental illness and not doing well mentally.
Like what?
I'd have to look at my report, but I think they said things like he just was kind of a loner. I think one person talked about he sometimes would mumble to himself, which is evidence of maybe experiencing hallucinations. And I can't remember something, that he was weird, they just acted weird and strange, and that they thought something was wrong with him.
Okay, we're at page 40, and I'd like to ask you about records related to his arrest. There was a tactical team from the United States Marshal Service that eventually arrested Mr. Foster. Can you summarize the records that you reviewed from that interaction?
Yeah, so I reviewed not only the police reports, but I observed video of the actual his actual apprehension. Some of the things that I noticed I thought were particularly relevant for purposes of the sanity evaluation was him when they showed up saying things like, I just wanted to survive. I wanted to defend myself. The police, you guys are after me. So he says things in the moments as they're pounding on his door, demanding entrance into his apartment and apprehending him, that are very consistent with the delusional belief system he had. That you guys are trying to kill me, I was just trying to survive, this was self-defense, be careful, I have 2 bullets inside of me, which he doesn't. So he was essentially, once you know his delusional system, what you're hearing is him saying delusional things.
Okay. And on the same page, we're still on page 40, what about records after he was arrested when he was taken to the Albany Police Department for a custodial interrogation? Yeah,
so that interview, there's all sorts of delusional stuff that he says in that interview. A number of paranoid and persecutory ideas are expressed over the course of that, whatever it was, hour and 45-minute video. He talks about in that video, if you're kind of, you know what he's talking about. If you just listen to it the first time like I did, I didn't really know what he was talking about. It just seemed like random things. But once I understood his delusional system, went back and listened to it again, it seemed to make a lot more sense, talking about drugs having been put in his drink. When I first heard it, I didn't know what he was talking about, but then I understood his delusional system and it started making sense. He talked about being a target and a lot of people wanting him dead. He talked about people doing sneaky stuff, people being against him. No one in the world was on his side. He talked about people being sneaky and setting him up. He talked about people messing with him. He said he had been attacked by the mafia. So these are things he's saying to the law enforcement individuals. Near the end, he says, look, the others wanted him, and I quoted this, depleted, tarnished, and destroyed. And the mafia just wouldn't leave him alone. And he ultimately said he had no choice but to carry a gun for his own protection because of all the stuff that was going on.
Okay. Going up to page 42, you reviewed records from his competency restoration report, and there is a colleague of yours named Dr. Smith from Central Ohio Behavioral Health who provided a report, and you summarized some of those findings. Was there anything remarkable that you found in Dr. Smith's report?
I think what's most remarkable about her report is it shows when she kind of summarizes his course of hospitalization at Twin Valley, now Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care, that he was extremely psychotic when he came in. He was extremely delusional. In fact, he said to his treatment providers, he doesn't belong in jail. He acted in self-defense. There was a plan for him to be hung at work that night, and he had no choice but to kill or be killed. So that gets kind of documented in the medical records. And then she shows that after he starts the psychotropic medications and they titrate the dosage up, that he starts to relinquish some of these delusional beliefs and ultimately gets restored to competency, bringing us here today.
Okay. The next page, also records from the competency evaluation. There's a note from one of the therapists at Twin Valley, page 46, from a Brandon Mace. Can you summarize that content for us?
I'm sorry, where are you at on page 40? You said 46?
I'm at page 46 at the heading Relevant Notes from the Medical Record.
Gotcha.
And I'm asking you about any records, any perceptions that you received after reading notes from Mr. Brandon Mace.
Yeah, so he was telling treatment providers, as I said, that the police were trying to kill him, and whatever friends he had that were kind of scattered out because they couldn't all be together because of this conspiracy for the police to kill him. So he's telling, this is an adjunctive therapist at the hospital who's just inquiring about his kind of social supports.
And Dr. Smith, let me stop you. I'm sorry, Dr. Stinson, let me stop you there. There's a block quotation at the end of page 46, and I'll read, Mr. Foster believes he is innocent of the crimes he was charged with as he acted in self-defense. He believes that there was a conspiracy to hang him at work on death the day of the alleged crime. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, was that part of the medical record that was maintained at Twin Valley, or I'm sorry, COBH?
Yes, that's his psychiatrist who's treating him as part of the competency restoration program. And so before he becomes stabilized on medications, Mr. Foster's telling his psychiatrist, exactly what this quote says. I acted in self-defense. There was a conspiracy to hang me to death at work on that day. And so he's much like he did when I saw him for competency in April, and he was still very psychotic. He's, upset that hasn't been released. He doesn't belong here. That he was acting in self-defense. In fact, a court told him at age 7 that if they ever got to the point where they were about to kill you, he could kill just like he did when he was 7 years old. And so he's protesting that he's at the hospital, that he's still in jail because he did nothing wrong.
Okay. So I want to take you to page 55 of the NGRI evaluation. You did a good job noting how you had the opportunity to see Mr. Foster in his psychotic state and also in his clear-minded, medicated state. My question to you is, did he say anything during his NGRI evaluation with you on December 31st, 2025 that better informed your opinion on his state of mind at the time of the offense?
Well, yeah, he was on December 31st because he had been now treated. He had gone to Twin Valley, he was treated, he was more stable. Now I didn't just have a bunch of random delusional comments. Now I was able to have a conversation with him and say, help me understand, what does this have to do with this? What did that have to do with that? Why did you make this comment to these officers? Why did you make this comment when the marshal's office was outside your apartment door? And I was able to get a better understanding of the interrelatedness of all these delusions, the system that he was operating on, rather than having just these kind of random delusions that said, okay, he's not competent because he's got these crazy beliefs about his case and about why he should or shouldn't be in jail. But now I was able to kind of understand how it all fit together.
Okay. I want to go back to just, you mentioned a somatic delusion, or this delusion that he had some sort of foreign object in his body. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall those records that you reviewed with Mr. Foster?
I do.
Okay. And if I understand your testimony, Mr. Foster believed that he, in his delusional mind, was shot and that he had bullet fragments still in his body, correct?
That's correct.
And is it true that he actually went to a hospital and asked for a medical provider to assist him in confirming whether there were fragments in his body?
He did. He insisted that he had bullets in his body. He showed me during the evaluation, during the competency evaluation, what he claimed was the bullet still in his body. I made a note in my competency report that didn't appear to be any foreign objects under his skin, but in his mind, he was pointing to something that he was claiming was a bullet. Looked like maybe a muscle to me. He also claimed that he had a scar from a time that he was shot. He further claimed that he couldn't eat because he had lead in his body from these bullets that were still lodged, and the lead would combine with certain foods and make him sick. In fact, he lost a significant amount of weight. He was down to 150 pounds when I saw him at the time of his competency evaluation, where he weighed closer to 180, 190 when I saw him later in December. So he was not only saying that he had bullets, he was showing people where he thought he had bullets. He was acting as if he had bullets and they were impacting on him. And as you just asked, he wanted X-ray verification of the bullets being there.
The hospital would be I'm sorry to talk over you. The hospital would be a place where you go to confirm or get treatment for something like a gunshot, obviously, right?
Sure.
Okay. And the hospital cleared him and said, you don't have any of that inside you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to take you to page 78. It's really why we're here today. There's a section called Defendant's Mental Condition at the time of the offense is charged. Let me know when you're there.
Sure.
Do you have an opinion about whether Mr. Foster had a severe mental disease on February 4th, 2025?
I do have an opinion.
Okay. And what were those mental diseases?
So, yeah, my opinion is he had a severe mental disease. He clearly was psychotic. His symptoms included delusions of paranoia, delusions of persecution, delusions of grandeur, somatic delusions, auditory hallucinations. And then the records demonstrated that he had other symptoms beyond that at different points in time as well. Diagnostically, he'd best be characterized as someone who had either schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. He had a primary psychotic disorder.
And in fact, he was previously diagnosed by mental health providers with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's not something that you did for the first time.
No. That's consistent with what previous evaluators said back in 2022, and it turns out it's consistent with what COPH diagnosed after you went there for competency restoration.
Okay. Dr. Stinson, I started the meat and potatoes of your testimony at page 81. I want to take you back to page 81. Right in the middle of the page, you make a comment that there can be little doubt, and I'm quoting your report, there can be little doubt that Mr. Foster, at the time of the offense is charged, had a severe mental disease. Why is there little doubt?
There's little doubt. He's just so, his illness is so severe. He was so acutely psychotic. It was so patently clear that he was psychotic. In fact, even though there may be a difference of ultimate opinions in this case, I have yet to find any mental health professional who has evaluated Mr. Foster and has said anything other than he has a severe mental illness, a severe mental disease. He's psychotic. It's not in my mind, it's not a close call. It's obvious that he was extremely delusional, very sick.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention to page 82 of your report and the heading, Knowledge of Wrongfulness. Now, you previously said that Mr. Foster did not know the wrongfulness of his conduct on February 4th, 2025. And you listed 10 points in your report that go on from page 82 to 84. Could you please summarize those 10 points in explaining why you believe Mr. Foster did not know what he was doing on February 4th, 2025?
Sure, and I'd maybe clarify, and maybe there's some technical clarification for this. I categorize these in 10 numbers, but each number may have multiple points, so I kind of categorize them into certain areas. So one of the things I pointed out was that for several months leading up to the date of this shooting, in this case, Mr. Foster was carrying a gun for protection. So he had been psychotic and paranoid for dating back to no later than 2022. We know he was psychotic and paranoid. We have hospital records of that. He gets out, he has no medication. So from mid-2022 to the time of the shooting in 2025, he's untreated and his psychosis is worsening. And it gets to a point where several months before the shooting, he goes and legally purchases a firearm because he feels he needs it for protection. So that's one thing, is that he clearly felt threatened and the need to protect himself. His delusional beliefs were that others were conspiring against him and that they had developed a plot to kill him. You know, when I see him for his competency evaluation, I say he's incompetent in part because he believed he wasn't justifiably in jail. He didn't have the insight that there was any credible charges against him. He thought he should have been taken in front of a judge and tell him what happened and be released. Because A, it was self-defense, and B, he had a court order from Franklin County from years earlier saying you can do this if you find yourself in this situation again. Indeed, he told his psychiatrist at Twin Valley, as we talked about earlier in my direct, that this was self-defense. They were going to hang me. I had two choices: be hung or kill them before they kill me. And in his last resort, that's what he did. So that was another one. Importantly, I think, is that there's, in my reading of all the evidence, there's no indication at all that Mr. Foster took any steps to avoid being detected. He, in fact, worked for 7.5 hours at this place before he committed the shooting. He does it in an open floor area where there's hundreds of employees, cameras, lights on. He usually works with a hairnet and a face mask. He removed those, so he's easily identifiable. He's doing nothing to disguise his identity. He does it in front of people who can quickly and easily recognize him. They in fact did. He doesn't do it under the cover of darkness. He doesn't do it in hiding. He's doing it out in the open. So he takes no steps, really, to avoid being detected. He leaves the scene, which makes me wonder, was he trying to avoid detection? But in fact, he took an Uber, which was his usual mode of transportation, ordered under his account, and goes back to his apartment. So 300 some odd people potentially just witnessed what happened. He's on camera, and he uses his Uber account to drive from his place of work to his apartment and stays at his apartment. There's no evidence, no indication that he was trying to conceal evidence or disguise what happened. He's found in his apartment the next morning. There's the gun box that he had for the gun that he used. There's clothes that he had on with blood on them from the day before. So he's doing nothing to disguise his identity. He's doing nothing to get rid of evidence. Upon being arrested, one of the early things he said to the marshals that came to arrest him was that he was just trying to survive, and that he wanted to protect himself, and that the police want to hurt him. So that's what he's telling them. Once he goes for his in-custody interrogation, He talks about how his life was in danger. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He had taken other steps to try to avoid this, but nothing happens when he calls 911. He talked about how he tried to sue him before and that didn't work. And it got to a point where he had no choice but to either be killed or take their life before they killed him. We talked some about already during my competency to stand trial evaluation. This was before he was medicated, so I get to see him when he's thinking very much like he was at the time the offenses occurred. And he talks again about why am I in jail? A, this was self-defense. And B, even if somebody wants to claim it wasn't, I already had a court tell me that if this happens, I can take their life. Remember his delusions when he was 7 years old. He believes he killed 2 people. He says he called the police, but the police were dirty. They were part of the mafia. So then he exercised his 18th Amendment right in the Ku Klux Klan provisions to go in front of a judge and be exonerated. That's exactly what he wanted here. He was telling me during the competency evaluation, I shouldn't be here. Get me before the judge so I can be clear of what they're accusing me of. He told the detectives that too when he was being interviewed by them. He was kind of coy with the detectives, but it makes sense. He thought the detectives were a part of the mafia, they're law enforcement. But what he said is, I'll talk to my lawyer and take me in front of a judge. I'll talk to the judge. So he wasn't denying that he did it. He wanted to get in front of a judge, confess to it, and in his mind believed that would exonerate him because it was self-defense and he was legally entitled to take the actions he took. He ends up getting investigated for a misdemeanor assault while he's in jail. During that investigation...
Let me stop you there. Mr. Foster was charged with a crime while he was detained on this case?
I believe he was charged with an assault in the jail. He got in a scuffle with somebody or something.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, I don't know all the details about it, except that he said that he didn't belong in jail because he acted in self-defense, and so he was just waiting to be released. So all of this stuff, and then again he goes to COBH and he tells those providers, hey, this was self-defense. What am I doing here? So all indications before he gets medicated, when he's in the same mental state he was at the time that the shooting occurred, was that he believed he was about to be killed and he had 2 options: accept the hanging that was coming or take their life first, and he believed it was a last resort and therefore he was justified in doing that. In fact, the court had previously told him he could do it if it came to that.
Thank you. So those were the bases, the general bases that you used to reach your opinion that Mr. Foster did not have understanding of the knowledge, the wrongfulness of his conduct.
That's correct. And I think, maybe repeating myself, I think some of the most compelling is that he's saying, yeah, I did it, but why am I here in jail? This is not right. I should be out. Get me in front of a judge so I can get out of here.
Okay. Now, any time during your evaluation, did you consider whether there are competing theories, or do you have any working theories that might change your opinion? That is, that Mr. Foster did know that what he did on February 4th, 2025 was wrong.
I did. I considered as many competing hypotheses as I could that would either counter my position or support a different position.
Okay, and as a board-certified forensic psychologist, are there any set of best practices that people in your profession follow to make well-informed and educated opinions about someone's sanity?
There are.
Okay, well, just generally, we don't need to go through the
Sure.
entirety of it, but what would you say some of those practices are?
Well, as it relates to this idea of considering alternative competing hypotheses, it's pretty well established in our field and through research that evaluators can be very susceptible, even unbeknownst to them, to an allegiance bias. That is that you may look for confirmatory evidence that supports the position of the party that retained you. And so professionally, we try to guard against that. We don't want to be biased. We know that we're all human and we could be. But one of the proven ways to try to eliminate or at least minimize that bias is to, once you form an opinion, to consider alternative competing hypotheses, so that you don't just kind of go down the track of, well, I found all the evidence that supports the opinion that I thought I was looking for. Instead you say, well, okay, is there anything that could argue against my opinion? And so, obviously in this case, I didn't have an allegiance bias because my opinion was counter to the position of the party that retained me. But nonetheless, as a best practice, I still tried to entertain alternative competing hypotheses to make sure I did a thorough evaluation.
Okay, let's use a fact from this case as a hypothesis. Example, not example, but this is a fact. Mr. Foster left the scene of KDC 1 in an Uber and was not arrested until the next day. So, you said earlier, someone fleeing the scene of a crime, whether it's a bank robbery, a mass shooting, any sort of crime, that could be indicative of someone who's trying to evade responsibility, maybe consciousness of guilt, right?
Sure.
Okay. Does the inquiry just end there, though?
No. So I think it would be my initial hypothesis, in fact it was in this case, that, oh, he committed an offense and then immediately fled.
Okay, let me stop you there. So the next question then, if that's your hypothesis, is it logical that your next question is, why did he leave the scene?
That's exactly, you have to keep asking why, what for, how come, until you're not just making inferences to bridge gaps. You need to try to get to a conclusion based on the facts of what happened. So I could say, well, he left the scene of the crime. That's evidence of consciousness of guilt. He must have left the scene because he didn't want to be detected by police who were coming. That would be a fair hypothesis. But I then want to ask, okay, well, let me not assume, why did he leave? In this case, we find out why he left. He left not to avoid detection. In fact, we have pretty good evidence he wasn't trying to avoid detection. He did it on camera. He did it in front of people he knew. He went back to his apartment where he was easily apprehended. It doesn't make sense that he was doing this to avoid detection. He left because the police, law enforcement, are the organization that is running the mafia. He believed he was going to be killed. He had to kill these individuals before they killed him, and now if he waits around for the rest of the mafia to show up, he'll certainly be killed.
Okay. So just in general, doing that exercise, not only considering an alternative hypothesis, but also testing it, asking that why question, is that better informing your opinion on a sanity evaluation?
Yeah, it better informs your opinion, and it gets you to consider all the facts rather than just jumping to an inferential conclusion based on an initial hypothesis that you formed.
Okay. I'm at page 84 of your report, and I want to call your attention to these competing hypotheses that you reduced to writing. I'm going to call them out by the way you numbered them, and I'm just going to ask that you respond to them, okay?
Fair.
So for example, the number I'm going to call out is a hypothesis, and I'd like you to answer how you tested that hypothesis if you did.
Sure.
Okay? All right, consider this hypothesis. Number one, you never used lethal force in the past.
That's correct. So I was testing the hypothesis of, well, why did he kill these guys? I mean, he saw his mom earlier in the day, and he thought she was a part of the mafia. Why didn't he kill her? He previously got committed to neck care after slapping his cousin, who he thought was harassing him and trying to kill him. Why didn't he shoot him? So I had this hypothesis that, well, maybe there's some other reason he shot him, rather than just the delusional beliefs, because he previously thought people were trying to kill him and he didn't shoot them. Well, in his mind, he did. He believes he killed 2 other people back when he was 7 years old. That's the first thing. The second thing is, he said, well, I would never kill anybody unless I absolutely had to. I wasn't just running around killing people because I thought they were part of the mafia. That would have been almost everybody in his universe. He carried the gun for self-protection and reserved it for when he thought he was imminently at risk and had no other choice. So I did entertain the hypothesis, well, maybe there's something else going on here because he's had these delusions for a long time and he didn't shot anybody. But it does make sense if you think about it. He's like, no, I actually did kill 2 other people when I thought I absolutely had to. And I didn't want to kill anybody ever again, but in this situation, I had to.
Okay. Hypothesis 2, the disgruntled employee theory, or some sort of workplace retaliation motive.
Yeah, so I entertain that. If I'm being honest, that wasn't really the initial hypothesis I had, but I was asked about it by the state. They said, did you consider this? And I think it's a fair consideration if you're looking for a motive, maybe it was a disgruntled employee and that's why he did this. But it really doesn't make sense for various reasons. One is, he was working at KDC. He hadn't been terminated. He had in fact been terminated from Chipotle. So if he was disgruntled for termination, we would have anticipated this would happen at Chipotle, not the place where he was still employed. Secondly, although he was in fact in some trouble, and when you review his personnel file, we can see that HR was taking steps to terminate him, he hadn't been notified of that. He didn't know he was going to be terminated. He knew he had been warned that had happened, but HR was actually taking steps to terminate him, but they hadn't informed him of that. He had no way of knowing that he was going to be terminated at that time. Third, the targets aren't consistent with what we would expect to see in workplace violence. These are, by all accounts, fairly random people. It's not HR. It's not, some of the people maybe we've worked with, but they never had workplace disputes or problems. The motive that makes the most sense was his delusional beliefs that exacerbated to the point that he was so paranoid that he didn't think there was any other option other than to kill them before they killed him. So the idea that this was just workplace violence because he had a grievance with an employer, it's not really consistent with the workplace violence that we'd expect to see.
Okay. And just while we're on the subject of the workplace, had to your knowledge, based on the review of the records that you received from the state, was it your opinion that Mr. Foster was terminated from his employment at KDC on February 4th, 2025?
No, he had not been terminated.
Had anyone, based on the records that you reviewed, informed him that he was on the fast track to termination?
No, no, they had not informed him.
So even though it might have been, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but even though it might have been in the works, the evidence that you reviewed did not appear to show that it was conveyed to Mr. Foster.
That's correct.
Thank you. So number 3 and number 6 are kind of the same thing, but I'll read them together. Fleeing the scene in a pre-called Uber and fleeing the scene in general as a competing hypothesis. Tell me how you tested that.
Yeah, so again, I think we addressed this, but it's a fair hypothesis to say if someone leaves the scene of an offense, maybe that's consciousness of guilt. Maybe that's them trying to avoid apprehension, and that would imply that they knew the wrongfulness of it. Otherwise, why would they be apprehended? But that doesn't really make sense here. He left in an Uber. In a normal case, I might say, well, that's interesting. He used to share rides of his own vehicle. Maybe he didn't want someone to see his vehicle. He was using an Uber for months, so that's not really anything out of the ordinary for him. That's not different for this evening. Moreover, he used his own account to order the Uber. So if somebody suspected, hey, we think this might have been Bruce Foster, he takes an Uber to work, let's check his Uber account. And you say, oh yeah, he got picked up. So he put himself at the scene of the crime. So it doesn't make sense that the Uber is somehow going to help him avoid being detected. And as I said earlier, he took the Uber to his apartment. So it wasn't, it wasn't like, hey, he's fleeing for the border and trying to get out of town or out of the country. They knew it was him. Everybody recognized him. It was on camera. He went to his apartment. So he wasn't using an Uber to avoid being apprehended. In fact, he was apprehended at one of the most obvious places you would go, his own apartment.
Okay. Hypothesis number 4 that you considered, efforts to conceal his gun.
Yeah, I did consider that. I thought, okay, I watched the video, and it looked like he didn't, he wasn't out kind of waving his gun as he's walking to do these shootings. He had it in his pocket and then pulled it out when he got to the point that he was going to shoot somebody. And so I wondered, is he concealing the gun because he knows it's wrong to kill, and that's what's going on? And in fact, what he said is, I had the gun on me. I wish I didn't have to use it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use it, but I wasn't going to just carry it around. And he knew people would freak out if he saw the gun. He knew people would freak out if he was going to kill somebody, but not because what he was doing was wrong, because they would be freaked out that this violence was going to happen. In the same way that they might have been appalled if they were a part of a conspiracy and he or another colleague got hung, which is what he thought was going to happen to him. So he did say, in fact, that he concealed the gun, not to avoid being, not as evidence that he knew the wrongfulness, but as evidence that he thought somebody might intervene stop him from taking the action he needed to take to protect his own life.
Okay. Number 5, hypothesis that you considered. He didn't call the police or 911 to report the shooting.
Yeah, I typically consider that hypothesis. If somebody's telling me in an NJR evaluation that, hey, I didn't think I did anything wrong, I'll typically ask them, well, you had, a seriously injured person or a dead person. Did you think about calling the authorities and saying, hey, I got rid of this bad guy, come get him? If you really thought that's what you were doing was right, why not call and report yourself? And again, it goes back to his delusional belief system that the police were one and the same with the mafia. So he's not going to call the police. In fact, remember at age 7, he believes he did call the police and they were dirty, they were part of the mafia, they were stirring up more action to get him killed, so he had to go in front of a judge. So he's not going to call the police. What he did do when the police came is said, I want to go in front of a judge. That's very consistent with his delusional beliefs that, hey, the police are part of the mafia, but if I get in front of a judge, they'll know how this has been working. They'll know about the 2 killings I did when I was 7 years old. They'll understand the situation was a last resort self-defense, and I'll be exonerated. I'll be out.
Okay. We consider number 6, fleeing the scene. Number 7, he changed his clothing after the shooting. Or, I'm sorry, before the shooting and after the shooting.
Yeah, the changing the clothing, so there's evidence that he in fact did change. He was working on the line at KDC. He goes up to an office and he changes his clothes. So an immediate hypothesis I would have is, oh, he's trying to disguise his identity. There's something going on here. Why is he changing his clothes right before he commits an offense? Well, in fact, when you look at the video, he made his identity more apparent. If you watch the video, when I watched the video, I then met with him one time. It was obvious to me, oh, that's him. So there's nothing about changing his clothes, although it's a fair hypothesis that would suggest he was trying to disguise himself. That doesn't pan out. He, in fact, is more recognizable after he changed his clothes right before the shooting. He also, had an explanation for why he changed his clothes after work. But for my purposes, what I'm really trying to figure out is, was there any effort to disguise his identity? Because if he's trying to disguise his identity, that might suggest he knew he was doing something wrong and he didn't want to be identified. But he, like I said, he did it under the bright lights of a factory floor in front of hundreds of people with cameras running, and he made himself more recognizable. He removed his hairnet and his mask. So it was clear who he was. So it's a fair hypothesis that he was changing his clothes to conceal his identity, but it just doesn't pan out. It doesn't make sense. Now, whether he changed his clothes in the Uber, I don't know if he did or not. He says, no, I changed my shoes. Apparently, the Uber driver thought he was back there changing his clothes. Again, I'm not sure that gets us anywhere in terms of suggesting that that's an indication he knew the wrongfulness, because, in fact, he goes home to his own apartment where he's easily found, and the clothes, whether he changed out of them or not, were sitting in plain view when the marshal's office showed up the next day. So this idea that he changed his clothes is a little bit of a red herring, and that, it sounds like maybe he's trying to disguise his identity. But when you look at all the data together, there's no indication at all that he did anything incredible to change his identity.
Okay. Number 8, your hypothesis that he would go to jail for murder. He thought he would go to jail for murder. I believe he told the police that, or someone that.
Yes.
Okay.
So at some point in time after the offense happens, he does recognize that, remember the marshal's office shows up, 12 hours later, but less than 12 hours later, I think, at his front door. So he does recognize, hey, they're taking me in, and they're charging me with murder because I killed somebody. But that's not a recognition that what he did was wrong. It's a recognition of why he's been apprehended. I think of it like this. Somebody breaks into my home, I shoot and I kill them. I don't want to, but I thought it was a last resort, but I thought me or my family were at risk, and so I kill them. And then for some reason the police are doing their investigation, they apprehend me, and I get charged. I can have a very good understanding that I'm charged with murder without thinking I did anything wrong. And I think that's exactly what we have in Mr. Foster's case, is he knows once the marshal office shows up, they take him in, they say he's going to be charged, he knows that, okay, they're charging me with murder. In fact, he kind of, I think at some level in his delusional thinking, expected the police who were part of the mafia were going to kind of set him up that way, which is why he wanted to get in front of a judge to say, Judge, here they go again. Remember when I was 7 years old and I did this, and the other judge told me, if it happens, you can do it again. That's why he wanted to get in front of a judge. So it's not that by saying, I knew I was being charged with murder, that he's saying, I knew what I did was wrong. He's a college-educated adult. He knows if they apprehend him after this and they say he's being charged, he knows what he's being charged with. That, to me, did not show that he knew the wrongfulness of what he was doing. It only showed that he knew what he was being charged with. In fact, he continued to maintain it was self-defense, I shouldn't be here, take me in front of a judge so I can be let out.
Okay, and hypothesis number 9 kind of plays into that. He asked about his speedy trial. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I reconcile that he wasn't asking for a speedy trial because he's saying, hey, I did something wrong. He's saying, hey, you guys have wrongfully charged me, and I want to exercise my right to get in front of a judge as soon as possible. I don't belong here. He told me that during the competency evaluation. He repeated it to people at COVH when he went there for competency restoration. So this idea that he's talking about giving my speedy trial, it's not giving my speedy trial because I know I did something wrong. It's giving my speedy trial because I don't belong here. I acted in self-defense. I did it lawfully. I had permission from a judge when I was 7 years old to take these steps if it ever happened again. Get me in front of the judge, give me my speedy trial, and as he told me when I evaluated him, I don't belong here. In fact, he said it must be something personal with the prosecutor. Why else would they be holding me here right now? They know that it was self-defense.
Number 10, your competing hypothesis. He didn't want to hurt anyone. How do you test that, and how do you reconcile that?
Yeah, I think this, I was questioning about this. If he says he doesn't want to hurt somebody, doesn't that mean he knows it's wrong to hurt someone? I go back to my home invasion self-defense. I don't want to hurt anybody, but I don't want to lose my life either. And so maybe if push came to shove and I had to, I'd take someone's life. I don't want to hurt them, and maybe even after I did, I don't like the fact that it happened. But that doesn't mean that I think what I did was wrong. And that to me is kind of what plays out here in Mr. Foster's case. He didn't want to hurt anybody. Heck, he tried, as he said, he tried to call 911. He tried to file lawsuits against them. He tried, in his mind, he cured cancer and HIV and chlamydia and gonorrhea. And he gave his best advice on what stock markets to invest in. All this because he was trying to win them over because he didn't want it to come to a head. But when he believed in the throes of this acute psychotic episode that they were going to hang him at work, he had no choice but to act in self-defense and kill them first.
Okay. Number 11, he refused to talk to the police or maybe denial of responsibility. Did you consider that as a hypothesis?
I did. That's one that I look at in almost every case I do. If the police come and the defendant doesn't just say, yeah, I did it, then what are they hiding? Maybe they think they did something wrong. Maybe they think they're going to incriminate themselves by talking about it. So I was interested in his interactions with the police during the interrogation. Now, I'm mindful of the fact that when he was apprehended, he said, I had to protect myself. The police were going to hurt me. So even before he got to the interrogation, he's talking about it being self-defense. When he gets with the detectives in his interrogation, he plays coy. He doesn't come right out and give them the whole story. Hey, this is what I did. But he also doesn't deny it. What he said is, get me a lawyer and in front of a judge, and I'll tell the truth about what happened. The detectives, the police, the mafia is run by the Columbus Police Department and federal agents in his mind. It makes perfect sense in his delusional mind that he's not going to sit here and be fully cooperative with them. He's just saying, get me in front of my judge. Get me in front of my judge. I'll tell the truth, and this will all be done.
Okay. And last, number 12, you considered malingering. Now, people in the court system who might know what malingering is, just explain what that is for someone who's not in the court system or in your line of work.
Sure. So the textbook definition of malingering is the intentional production or gross exaggeration of physical or psychological symptoms for some external gain. That's the textbook definition. What that means is someone's faking, making things up or exaggerating because they're trying to get something.
So let me stop you there. Someone might fake having a mental illness to maybe not be criminally responsible for some sort of crime.
Sure.
Okay.
That would be the question in this case. Is he faking his illness or exaggerating his illness or faking what he believed so that he won't be held criminally responsible. That's the question.
Is there a diagnostic used that people in your field use some sort of test to determine, from like a scale, like a number scale, about whether someone's malingering?
There are a number of tests that can be used depending on what you think somebody is feigning. In this case, I know 2 of the evaluators use the MFAST, which is a screening tool designed to determine whether or not you should do a further investigation into whether the person is feigning.
Based on your evaluation of Mr. Foster and considering all the records that you reviewed, do you believe Mr. Foster is malingering?
No, in my opinion, he definitely was not malingering. Quite the opposite. He insisted he didn't have a mental illness. He didn't want to go to Twin Valley. He wouldn't take medication. So he was, until he got treated and developed some insight, he wasn't advancing anything to have to do with mental health. He was in denial about it. He lacked insight, which is a part of the illness. Individuals who have schizophrenia, a part of the brain that is affected, precludes them from having full insight into the condition that they're experiencing. So there's not only was there really no indication that he was feigning, it was almost the opposite. He was trying to minimize and deny the symptoms.
So you considered these 12 points, these 12 alternative hypotheses, right?
I did.
And you tested them.
I did.
And it's your opinion still that Mr. Foster did not appreciate and did not have knowledge of the wrongfulness of his conduct on February 4th?
That's correct.
Okay. So, are you aware that there are other psychologists who offered opinions on Mr. Foster's sanity and who arrived at opinions that differ than yours?
Yes, I'm aware that one evaluator had the same opinion I did. So there were 2 of us that said he didn't know the wrongfulness, and then there were 2 evaluators who said he did know the wrongfulness.
Have you read those reports?
I have.
Okay. Did they make their opinions using the same set of data and information that you used?
It appears that we all had access to the same records. I think we went about things a little bit differently. I and Dr. Tilley, of course, had the benefit of seeing him when he was psychotic. So at least not everybody had kind of the same data set in terms of his presentation, at least.
Okay. Is it fair to say that all 4 psychologists who prepared an opinion in this case regarding Mr. Foster's sanity all agree that he has a severe mental disease?
That would be my reading of the reports. There was no question that he had severe mental disease.
Okay. Where you and your colleagues disagree, though, is whether he appreciated and had knowledge of the wrongfulness of the crime at the time of the offense, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you agree with the opinions that Mr. Foster did have knowledge of the wrongfulness of his conduct?
I do not agree with those opinions.
Okay. I want to go through Dr. Kara Marciani's report with you first, and we're going to I'll call out page numbers just for the record, but in Dr. Marciani's report, she's noting substance use disorder as a possible contributor here, and she says, and I quote, "His history of marijuana raises the possibility that any mood-related or psychotic symptoms he experienced were substance-induced rather than spontaneously or naturally occurring." In that same paragraph, she says, "While Mr. Foster's substance abuse likely exacerbated any symptoms he experienced, the results of the present evaluation suggested the presence of a separately occurring severe mental disease." Did you consider whether Mr. Foster's conduct was substance-induced?
I did.
Okay. Dr. Stinson, doesn't marijuana and weed make people paranoid?
It can. Marijuana and / weed, whatever you want to call it, can give people a heightened sense of paranoia. It doesn't result in the systematized delusions that we see in this case.
So, Dr. Stinson, was Mr. Foster still psychotic immediately after he was arrested and taken to jail?
He was.
Okay. Did he have access to marijuana in the Licking County Jail or in Twin Valley?
I'm working under the assumption that he did not.
Okay. Anything's possible, as we say in our profession, but it's fair to say that very unlikely they had marijuana there, right?
Extremely unlikely, and certainly not in the quantities that would expect to cause a psychotic episode.
Dr. Stinson, did cutting Mr. Foster off from marijuana stop his psychosis?
It did not, and that's one of the things we look at is the onset and offset of symptoms. He stopped using marijuana, we know this because he was incarcerated and hospitalized for a long period of time, and yet he remained psychotic until he got treated with psychotropic medications.
Okay, so I want to go to the next point that Dr. Marciani referenced, and it was about malingering, like we had just talked about, one of your competing hypotheses. I'm at page 33 of her report, and I'm quoting her. Mr. Foster was suggested of exaggerated or feigned symptoms such that he endorses very extreme or uncommon symptoms. She goes on to say that he had an eagerness to discuss his symptoms that was so atypical for individuals with a serious mental illness, and that Mr. Foster told her, hopefully I get the NGRI so I can go back to the hospital. Recall reading that?
I do.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 33 of Dr. Marciani's report, Your Honor. Are these signs that someone's malingering?
Well, I think it's fair if somebody was thrusting forward symptoms and told me that in fact they wanted to get to the hospital. I think it's fair to say, I might be suspicious of that. Could they be feigning? Are they motivated to present themselves differently than what is true so that they can, in service of getting to the hospital? I think it's a fair question. I don't think the data support that. As I said, he clearly was minimizing and denying symptoms. The fact that once he cleared and thought, oh, I'm not going to go in front of a judge and be released because another judge said when I was 7 years old I could do what I do. Once he kind of cleared of that delusion, I think it's fair for him to say, my defense is an NGRI at this point in time. Indeed, I believe, based on, I've offered the opinion that he should be found in NGRI. So I don't think it's unrealistic for him, months after he cleared, he's now on his 4th NGRI evaluation of her, to say, look, I'm ready to talk about this. I hope I get my NGRI now because I realize I was delusional about just being set free by going in front of a judge.
But Dr. Stinson, he's eager to talk about his symptoms. Doesn't that mean he's exaggerating or feigning his illness?
It doesn't mean that. I could be suspicious of that. I've been suspicious of people who thrust forward or were too eager to talk about their symptoms. I wonder what, because the ordinary course of an illness is, especially when they're symptomatic, is they don't have insight. They don't talk about their symptoms. But you got to remember, when he's talking to Dr. Marciani, he's been treated, he's stabilized, he's not completely asymptomatic, but he's certainly reduced in his symptoms, and he has some insight into what's going on. She's the 4th, I think the 4th, maybe the 3rd, but I think the 4th evaluator to see him. He's been through this 3 other times. So it doesn't surprise me that he would want to talk about his symptoms. Again, most importantly is he's the opposite of feigning. He didn't want to be labeled mental illness until he got treated and had insight. But when he committed this offense and when all this stuff was going on, he was initially being evaluated, and he went to Twin Valley, he denied that he needed help, that he had anything wrong. In fact, that was one of his grievances against the mafia, is they were doing things to make him look sick so that he wouldn't be believed. So to me, there's just no indication that he's feigning. And the fact that he's endorsing some rare symptoms, he's a very sick person. The vast majority of people in a psychiatric hospital don't have the systematized delusional beliefs as ingrained as his were. So he is a little bit of a rare patient. He's a very sick individual.
You have a lot of experience working 15 years in Twin Valley, correct?
I do.
Okay. Dr. Stinson, he's asking to go back to the hospital. He's mentioning NGRI. Doesn't that mean he wants a specific outcome and therefore maybe exaggerating the symptoms?
2 things. He very well may want to go back to the hospital. I don't, in fact, doubt that. I suspect he's now came to the realization that it's either long-term hospitalization or long-term incarceration. I think he's came clear through treatment that his idea that he's just going to go in front of a judge and be set free is not going to come to fruition. He no longer holds that delusional belief. So I don't doubt that in a more stable mindset, he's like, whoa, some really bad things happen here, and I'm going somewhere. I hope it's the hospital. That doesn't bother me, and it doesn't surprise me. I would expect him to have that position. But again, when we're talking about the evidence that he didn't know the wrongfulness, most of that stuff, most of the strong evidence comes not when he's stabilized and potentially now motivated to be found injuring. Most of it comes from when he was psychotic and was denying that he had a mental illness. That's when he was saying things like, this was self-defense, I don't belong here, get me in front of a judge, prosecutor must be part of the mafia and have something personal against me. All that stuff that showed that he didn't know the wrongfulness, that was stuff that came out when he was psychotic. When he cleared, he was able to start connecting some dots on the delusional stuff, but that's not where he was sharing information that showed how he didn't know the wrongfulness of what he was doing. He shared that stuff when he was really sick.
Thank you, Dr. Stinson. I want to get to the topic of motive. Dr. Marciani, and I'm at page 35 of her report, referenced that, quote, there was a rational motive for Mr. Foster's alleged offense-related behavior. So, Dr. Stinson, does the fact that he was, I'm at page 36 now, Mr. Foster was motivated at least in part by his dissatisfaction in his life circumstances, a real threat of his job termination, and his frustration to meet his financial needs, his basic financial needs. I think he's getting evicted. He can't pay his phone bill. He doesn't have a car. He's spending money on Uber all the time. Do all those things equate to a rational motive to you?
I don't see anything about that that suggests a rational motive. I see that he was clearly deteriorating in his functioning. He had been evicted from his apartment, or he'd gotten an eviction notice. He had lost his job at Chipotle. He was going to lose his job at KDC. Again, he didn't know about that, but he was. He was on the outs with his family, but he wouldn't talk to them, so he thought they were trying to kill him. So his functioning was clearly deteriorated, which is a strong indicator of how sick he was. But I don't see that provides a rational motive. I don't know what the rational motive would be, just because he's deteriorating in his functioning, because he's so sick. In fact, when you look at what the witnesses said, they're confused by this. There was no blow up at work. There was no grievance with somebody at work. There was no problem with these people. So there was no event where he was kind of getting back at somebody. What we know is his get back was, well, Kyle came into the YMCA when I was 17 years old and was trying to figure out who was in the mafia, and he threatened me. And this other victim, or the other victim of this offense, showed up at this party and shot at me. And Kyle's the ringleader of this mafia, and he's got other people working for him, and these two are over here talking right before I'm about ready to be hung. So there was a motive, but it wasn't rational. It was based on his delusions.
So, Dr. Stinson, if he's so psychotic, you have a very firm opinion that Mr. Foster is psychotic. If he's so psychotic, just tell us who aren't psychologists in the room, how on earth is he able to function as much as he did in society? He's going to work. He appears to be taking showers, keeping himself cleaned, eating, at least caring for his basic functions. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, I'll say two things first. Let me be clear that he wasn't functioning real well. He had lost his job. He was going to lose his second job. He was failing out of school. He had been evicted from his apartment. His phone had been turned off because he couldn't pay the bills. His mom was checking on him and he wouldn't talk to her because he was delusional about what her motives were. So the fact is he wasn't functioning real well. Now, I think the crux of your question is, well, how could he do anything? I think there's a lot of misunderstandings that people, even very sick people, like Bruce Foster, that somehow they can't function at all. Again, I go back to my 15 years at a psychiatric hospital. There are people there that are extremely sick. They were there before I got there, patients I'm talking about. They were there before I got there. They were there when I left 15 years ago, and they're still there 10 years later. There's going to be people that are that sick, that they're going to be in the hospital for that long. But I could go in on any given day, work, and have a rational conversation with them and talk to them. It's not like they can't do anything. It's not like when the nurse's station calls out, hey, med pass time, they don't know what to do. Get up, they get in line, they take their medications. Somebody calls it snack time. Okay, you go to snack. They participate in group activities. They might even be part of the patient work program. So it's not that they can't do these things. That's kind of a myth about people who don't work in psychiatric hospitals think, oh, this is one flew over the cuckoo's nest and nobody can do anything. They just sit there catatonic. The fact is, they look, by and large, like normal people, and they can act like normal people, but they have very distorted thoughts, or they're having perceptual disturbances. So that's the vast majority of psychotic people. Now, we might go downtown on any given day and see someone who's not treated engaging in very disorganized behavior, maybe disrobing in public, talking nonsensically. That can happen too, but that's not the majority of people who are delusional and have systematized delusions. They just have very faulty understandings of what's going on in the world, and they perceive things incorrectly.
Thank you. The next thing Dr. Marciani considered is that he had a plan. He had a plan, and she opined that he engaged in behavior, Mr. Foster engaged in behavior designed to prevent others from thwarting his plan, which is a robust indicator of knowledge of wrongfulness. I'm at page 37, by the way. Does planning, quote unquote planning, have anything to do with knowledge of wrongfulness?
Yeah, I would argue planning has, in and of itself, has very little, if anything, to do with knowledge of wrongfulness. Now, if you detect in the planning that they were taking steps to avoid detection or apprehension, and you test that hypothesis and learn that what they were trying to do is avoid detection and apprehension because they thought they were going to be arrested for a wrongful act, that could be a robust indicator that somebody did wrongfulness. But that's not what we have here. The fact that somebody planned something, almost every NGRI acquittee planned what they did. It's not an impulsive act. We don't have an irresistible impulse standard in Ohio. If they were found NGRI in Ohio, it's because they didn't know the wrongfulness of it, but they probably had some level of planning. Now, their planning may have been based on completely delusional beliefs about what was going on, and they may have been so delusional that they didn't know the wrongfulness of what they're doing. But the fact that they planned it says nothing, really, in my mind, about knowing the wrongfulness. Again, unless you have other hypotheses. Well, no, the planning involved avoiding detection. He did it under cover of darkness. He did it in disguise. He had a plan that no one would witness it. Then I would explore that hypothesis and say, why did you do it under cover of darkness? Why didn't anyone see? Why not? Well, because they would tell the police. Well, why would that matter? Well, because the police would arrest me. Well, why would they arrest you? Because I did something illegal. Well, what's illegal about it? Well, you can't kill somebody. Why not? Because it's against the law. All right, now I've fully explored the hypothesis, and it would make very good sense to say that part of the plan showed evidence of wrongfulness. But the fact that someone planned something, that by itself really tells me nothing about whether they knew the wrongfulness of what they were planning.
But Dr. Simpson, Dr. Marciani makes some really good points to support her conclusion. I mean, she notes he concealed his gun. I'm just going to go through them on page 37. He didn't tell anyone he was clocking out early. He changed his clothes before shooting. He scheduled an Uber. He knew his life would be in danger when the police arrived. He was concerned that the police would get the gun because the gun's incriminating evidence. He attempted to avoid arrest. He failed to consider the consequences of his own action, and he acted on impulse. And we talked a lot about hypotheses or working theories. I mean, are those valid things to consider?
They're valid things to consider,
Let me
sure.
stop you there. Okay, so they're valid things to consider, and I'm sorry to cut you off.
No problem.
I'm trying to minimize that. But did you consider those?
I did.
Okay, and just explain to us how you and Dr. Marciani arrived at such dramatically different results, considering the same data in the same human being.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I think you can read the reports and get there, but my reading of the reports is she made some inferences based on hypotheses that we both had. I don't think we, other than maybe she didn't get to see him when he was psychotic, and so maybe didn't get a clear understanding of his delusional system and how it all came together. I don't think that we were considering drastically different information. I don't think we had drastically different hypotheses. I think she made some inferences that aren't supported by the totality of the data and by the facts when we explore them fully. So I think it's fair to say, he left the scene of the crime. But we've talked about that. Yes, he left the scene of the crime because he believed the police were part of the mafia that were going to kill him. If he was leaving the scene of the crime to avoid apprehension, why did he take an Uber under his own account to his apartment? If he was changing his clothes to avoid detection, why didn't he lie in wait out in the darkness of a factory in the middle of nowhere and kill somebody as they were getting in their car instead of doing it under lights in a factory with 300 people watching and cameras rolling? Like, it just doesn't make sense when you actually test the hypothesis to draw the inference that, oh, he knew the wrongfulness because he did that. When you actually apply all the facts, the logical conclusion, in my opinion, is he clearly didn't know the wrongfulness. He wasn't trying to avoid detection. He wasn't trying to avoid apprehension, even though he did things that, on its face, you might initially think, was he trying to avoid detection? Was he trying to avoid apprehension? Clearly he wasn't when you test all the facts.
Okay. Thank you. And the whole reason, again, you do this, you not only consider a competing theory or hypothesis, but you test it. You're asking more questions, but you're trying to better inform yourself, right?
100%. If I don't have to, if the fewer inferences I have to draw based on my own hypotheses, and the more I can connect the dots through all the facts, the stronger this work is, for my opinion, is my way of thinking about it.
Thank you. Dr. Marciani goes on about Mr. Foster's interaction with law enforcement, and she quotes from page 35 of her report that Mr. Foster may have appreciated the gravity of the situation when he recognized that he needed to, quote, cooperate with law enforcement and inquired about being granted a speedy trial. Again, that's at page 35. Again, that's something you consider too, right?
Of course.
Okay. And it's a valid thing to consider.
Sure.
You inquired further and you tested it.
I did, not just through him, but through all the other factual data that's available. He wanted a speedy trial so much, in fact, that he wanted the day after the offenses, when he was being interrogated in New Albany, he wanted to be taken in front of the judge so he could tell the truth and be released.
Okay. And we'll kind of pause there for a second and remind us, what's this thing about pardon that we've been talking about?
So
That you have mentioned that Mr. Foster told you.
So it's not a pardon in the way that I would think of a pardon in a legal sense. He's using that term to say, at age whatever, let's call it 7. I think at other times thought he was closer to middle school age. It's kind of a delusional belief. So the exact age nobody knows, and it may fluctuate in his recollection. But he believes that he previously killed 2 people. He called the police. They were dirty. They were part of the mafia. So then he exercised his constitutional right, what he claims to be under the 18th Amendment, and under what he claims is the Ku Klux Klan Act, which is part of the Civil Rights Act. He claims under those 2 provisions he exercised his right to go in front of a judge. The judge exonerated him from any wrongdoing and said, "You're right, you can do this." And so when he's saying he got a pardon, what he's saying is, no, a judge has already heard this issue and said, yes, Mr. Foster, when they come at you and you have no other choice but to kill them or be killed, you're allowed to do that. That's what he's calling his pardon, is a judge already knows about this conspiracy against him that's been going on, and they previously tried to railroad him into getting arrested or in trouble, and a judge has said no. It's self-defense, and if somebody tries to put charges against you, you won't get convicted, but if you do, you got this kind of overriding pardon because you're allowed to do what you did.
And Dr. Stinson, you're a lawyer, you went to law school, correct?
I did.
All right, and a pardon, the legal definition of a pardon usually comes from the chief of a sovereign foreign government, the President of the United States, the governor of the state of Ohio, and it forgives someone for a crime, correct?
That's right.
So Mr. Foster's not really understanding pardon as the way you and I as lawyers understand that term to be used, right?
Yeah, he's not using it in a legal sense. He's using it in his delusional sense of believing that he was allowed to do what he wanted or what he needed in that situation, and he would not be in trouble for it.
Okay, so this goes into my next question. Why would anyone need a pardon if they felt that they were justified? Because Mr. Foster, on multiple occasions, said he felt he was justified to do what he did.
Right.
So how do you reconcile that?
For the same reason he needed the judge to intervene when he was 7 years old. He called the police, but they're dirty. They're part of the mafia. So now I got to get in front of a judge, and that judge is going to be the one who's going to say, yeah, this is all legit, you can go. That's what he's calling the pardon. That's why he's saying to the detectives, I'll talk to my lawyer and the judge. I'll tell the judge the truth. It's because these detectives, in his mind, are part of the mafia and they're dirty, but if he can just get in front of the judge and say what happened, he's going to get his, quote, pardon, which he really is saying, they're going to let me go. They're not going to hold me responsible because I had no other choice. I'm allowed to do this.
Okay. I'm at page 38 of Dr. Marciani's report, and I want to talk to you about like inferences. We've mentioned inferences and whether it's appropriate to draw an inference, but I'm quoting from her report, Mr. Foster's report that he had, quote, no choice but to kill the identified victims because they intended to kill him, and his report that he had to shoot the second identified victim after shooting the first are notable as they suggest he was unable to refrain from engaging in the offense conduct. She goes on to say that, quote, feeling compelled to engage in acts does not equate with the absence of knowledge of wrongfulness of that act, and that failing to consider the consequences of one's action similarly does not equate to the same. Do you agree with that statement?
Which statement are we talking about? Is there a couple, the whole passage you just read?
Yes.
I don't agree with that passage in its entirety, no.
Do you believe that there was an inference that was improperly drawn or trying to connect those two things?
I do. One of the things I take exception with is she seems to be addressing whether there's an irresistible impulse. I didn't do an assessment of whether he met the criteria for irresistible impulse because that's not the standard in Ohio. My assessment was about whether he knew the wrongfulness of it. Whether he had an irresistible impulse or not, I don't know. But what I'm confident in is he didn't know the wrongfulness of what he was doing because he believed that his life was imminently at risk and he was legally justified in taking the actions he took.
Thank you, Dr. Stinson. Going back to page 35 of Dr. Marciani's report, I want to give you another example on the topic of inferences. Available information, reading from her report, nevertheless failed to suggest that Mr. Foster was wholly disconnected, that's W-H-O-L-L-Y, disconnected from reality during the time period in question. Do you agree with that statement?
I would agree that he was not wholly disconnected from reality. I don't know, not sure anybody is ever wholly disconnected from reality. But I would also clarify that he was extremely psychotic.
Okay, so how does, with what Dr. Marciani said there, the information failed to suggest that he was wholly disconnected. How do you reconcile that with the definition of like psychosis?
I think it's just the wrong analysis. It's taking us down a rabbit hole. We can argue whether he was wholly disconnected from reality. I don't know that anybody's wholly disconnected from reality, but I also don't know if that's a criteria to be called an NGRI. I wasn't addressing whether he was wholly disconnected from reality. He clearly was psychotic and delusional, and my analysis had to do with whether he knew the wrongfulness of what he was doing because of that experimental disease.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to another psychologist's report, Dr. Jennifer O'Donnell. Do you recall reading her report?
I do.
Okay. She makes mention of Mr. Foster choosing his victims, and I'm referring to page 14, and I'm quoting Dr. O'Donnell's report, in which she opines, there are discrepancies in how Mr. Foster chose his targets. He admittedly shot someone he had not previously identified, whom he thought might try to thwart him just because of proximity. At this point, the people who Mr. Foster shot and choosing his victims, is that a valid hypothesis worth considering?
Sure, I would certainly consider, hey, who did he shoot? What was his motive for shooting them?
And what was your conclusion when you tested that and you asked more why questions? Why would he choose this victim over this victim?
Yeah, he certainly did target certain people. In fact, this idea that he somehow shot people out of convenience and proximity is just not accurate. You can watch the video and see that. He walked past people, he ran past people. There are all sorts of people that were in much closer proximity that he didn't shoot. He went after the people that he believed were conspiring to kill him and that he was imminently going to be hung by. And so the second guy he shot, he really didn't even know. That, unfortunately, that victim just happened to be talking to Kyle. And in Mr. Foster's delusional mind, as can happen when someone has a systematized delusion, and he believes he's going to be hung, he's like, those two are talking, they're conspiring. He's now a part of the plan, and that's how systematized delusions work. People get roped in, they get sucked into it, and they become now part of the system. So it wasn't just a random shooting. It can seem random because he really didn't have any grievances with these individuals that they knew of. The grievance was in his head, that he believed that Kyle had showed up at the Y when he was 17 years old and threatened him, and that Kyle was the ringleader and had people working for him, and that he had been shot at multiple times in the past, and now they were colluding about how his hanging was going to happen by the end of his shift. That's why he shot those guys.
Okay. Now, if you recall from watching any surveillance video footage from KDC, there are multiple people who are within arm's reach of Mr. Foster in his proximity, as Dr. O'Donnell uses. Did he shoot them?
No, that's my point. If it was just an issue of proximity, there were many people he passed by. He was going after certain people that he had delusional beliefs about.
And so, in your opinion, wearing the lens of Mr. Foster and looking at it through the lens of his psychosis, did he have any choice but to use deadly force in this situation?
His only choice was to be killed or to kill them first. And
Let me stop you right there. You and I, in reality, that's wrong, right?
That's what?
It's wrong to shoot and kill people, correct?
Sure, of course.
But in Mr. Foster's delusional state, through his delusional lens, what was he thinking? Why did he have no other choice?
His thinking was that this had been going on in his life for 23 years. Whatever, he was 25 at the time, I think. That age 2, 4, 7, this started all through middle school, through high school, into his adult years. And we didn't, it's probably impossible, you could read the report, to touch on every single delusional belief he had. But he does this because after all this time, and then 4 months of increasing paranoia to the point he's holding a gun now because he thinks it's about ready to happen, and now over the course of this evening, his paranoia peaks to the point he believes he's going to be hung. He tells that to his providers at COVH. I shouldn't be here. This was self-defense. They were going to hang me. So we know that. That's why he does it, because it had reached a point where now I have no other choice. I've tried everything. I've tried suing them. I've tried calling 911. I've tried curing diseases for them and their families. I've tried giving them riches through my astute financial advice. I've tried everything. And yet, here we are. At the moment, they're about ready to hang me. And now he's got to kill them instead.
Okay. Dr. Stinson, help me reconcile something, and I'm at page 14 of Dr. O'Donnell's report. In fact, that's where all of her analysis is contained, only on that one page. But she opines that Mr. Foster was delusional about being threatened by coworkers, family, classmates who were conspiring to kill him. If I stop right there, you seem to be in agreement with that.
I would agree with that.
I'm going to go on. He says, she says that he was only trying to kill those who he felt were a threat, and that it would be wrong to shoot an innocent person. Okay?
I would agree with that. I think that's an accurate statement of what his mental state was at the time this happened.
So how do you reconcile then the previous statement I just had you read about he was choosing his victims and one of them was just because of proximity?
I think it's just a misunderstanding of what happened. I think she's got it about half right. He clearly was delusional about his family, his co-workers, people conspiring to kill him. He clearly didn't think he should kill anyone who was innocent, and he would not do it unless he felt like he had to because he was going to be killed. She got that part right. But then she, I think, loses her way a little bit and says, well, I think he just was killing people in close proximity. That's simply not what happened. We know that because there are several people in closer proximity who weren't shot. In fact, the second round of shooting, after he got out of the floor and he went to the office, he had to travel some distance to get to those people. He was targeting certain people he had delusions about. I think what happened, frankly, is she didn't have a clear understanding of who all was incorporated in his delusional system and how the delusion was working, that when he's seeing two people talking on the line that night, that they must be conspiring. And when he's hearing a voice saying, you have no choice, that he's like, okay, it's those two now. And that's why he went after them. It seemed random to a lot of people. It seems like it was because he was in close proximity to Dr. O'Donnell. I think the reality is that guy got roped into his delusional belief system, and it makes sense.
Okay. Dr. O'Donnell makes another point about leaving the scene, Mr. Foster leaving the scene. And again, at page 14, she opines, Mr. Foster carefully chose to carry out this crime to coincide with his ride away from the crime scene, and that he was leaving as soon as the police were arriving. He was leaving as the police were arriving. Again, leaving the scene, you considered that as a hypothesis.
I did.
And it's a fair hypothesis.
I think so.
And it's indicative, in a lot of circumstances, of consciousness of guilt,
Yes.
which is knowledge of wrongfulness.
Correct.
So what was your conclusion with that then?
So-
How would you test that hypothesis?
Yeah, I think that's a great hypothesis. I had the hypothesis myself. I think where it breaks down and where she failed is if I'm teaching this subject, I tell my students, hey, consider that. Consider whether he's left the scene of the crime. But that's not dispositive of the issue of, oh, okay, that means that he knew wrongfulness. Now you got to understand Well, why did he leave the scene of the crime? One theory is that he was doing it to avoid apprehension. And maybe he was trying to avoid apprehension because he knew he did something wrong and he was going to be incarcerated for it. But that doesn't really pan out here, right? We know there's an alternative hypothesis because he thought he was going to be killed because he thought the police were going to be back into the building and they were part of the mafia, so he was going to be even more outnumbered than he already was. So you say, well, now we have competing hypotheses. How do we decide which is which? Well, what makes sense? Does it make sense that he was trying to avoid apprehension? He wasn't picked up at the Mexican border. He was picked up at his apartment. He was picked up at his apartment where the Uber that he ordered on his own account dropped him off with evidence that wasn't attempted to be cleaned or discarded or anything. So the idea, the hypothesis that he was trying to avoid apprehension doesn't really make sense. The alternative hypothesis, he was trying to avoid being killed, lines up really well with his actions and his delusions. And so to me, that's the more favorable proven hypothesis than he was trying to avoid apprehension.
Avoid apprehension and avoid being killed and avoid being hung by the mafia.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. O'Donnell makes the point of changing clothes. We've talked a lot about that today. Again, we're at page 14 of Dr. O'Donnell's report, and Mr. Foster apparently changed his clothes as he was leaving. Again, fair point that you considered and tested, right?
Sure.
Now, did Dr. O'Donnell test that?
That's the problem. I feel like when I read the report, it went from, hey, I've got certain indicators that we all are on the lookout for when we do these evaluations. And then she found the indicator and drew the inference that that means he knew wrongfulness. But when you find that indicator, you got to test that hypothesis. Was changing his clothes so that he could avoid detection? Changing his clothes made him more identifiable. And did he do anything else to avoid detection? Did he lie in wait somewhere? Did he do it under the cover of darkness? Did he do it outside of a public space? Or did he do it only where people who don't know him?
Dr. Stinson, let me stop. It was dark outside. What do you have to say to that, about that?
It wasn't in the factory that was under lights in front of hundreds of people with cameras. So he could have, if it really was, hey, I'm going to kill someone, I know it's wrong, and I don't want to be detected, he could have waited out in the parking lot. The guy's going to leave for work in another half an hour. Then he could shoot him at his car. There are all sorts of things that if you're testing the hypothesis, was he doing it to avoid detection? Is that why he was changing his clothes? They just, once you look at all the data together, it doesn't make sense to conclude that changing his clothes was evidence he knew the wrongfulness because he was trying to avoid being detected. He simply wasn't. He did almost nothing to avoid detection. And as I said, changing his clothes actually made him more identifiable.
Judge, I realize I've been talking for a while now. I probably have about 10 to 15 minutes worth of questioning left if you'd like me to continue.
Sure, yeah, we'll take a break when it's finished.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Again, Dr. O'Donnell's considering this theory that you consider too, that he's encouraging the Uber driver to leave. And you weren't here, but there was an Uber driver that testified. That same Uber driver that took Mr. Foster to his apartment immediately after the shooting and said that Mr. Foster encouraged him to leave and that Mr. Foster was huffing and puffing so much they fogged up the windows. Do you recall reading something to that effect?
I do.
Okay. Valid hypothesis to consider, right?
The hypothesis being, oh, he wanted to rush out of there before the police came and he got apprehended for criminal activity. That was a hypothesis I would test.
Okay, but put your lawyer hat on too, and not just your psychologist hat. Again, we're talking about fleeing the scene, consciousness of guilt, being nervous, telling your getaway car, your getaway driver, this is an unbeknownst getaway driver essentially. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, so the question becomes, well, what's the hypothesis? The hypothesis is, well, I believe that him ordering the Uber, jumping in the Uber, and telling the Uber to take off was an effort to avoid being apprehended by the police. And the inference I'm going to make is if he was trying to avoid being apprehended by the police, he must have knew that what he did was wrong, right? But when you test that hypothesis, like, well, okay, other than leaving in the Uber, is there, other than the hypothesis that he was trying to avoid apprehension, is there another theory why he wanted to get out of there? Well, yeah, there is, because he believed he was going to be killed, right? And he said, well, let's test both of these hypotheses. He's had this delusion, long-standing. It's been documented since 2022. It was documented in the competency to stand trial evaluation reports. It was documented in COBH's records. So there's a lot of support for the fact that the reason he left is because he thought he was going to be killed. What's the data show us about, well, the reason he was really leaving is because he's trying to avoid apprehension? Again, he used his own Uber account, easily identifiable. He took it back to his apartment, easily to track down. He didn't make a run for the border. So when you start looking at the hypothesis that he had a getaway driver and he was trying to avoid apprehension, that's a fair hypothesis. The data don't support it. He might have been the easiest workplace shooter to apprehend. He was apprehended in less than 12 hours at his own apartment after taking an Uber that he ordered through his own account. The hypothesis that he did it because he had to get out of there before he got killed, that makes a lot more sense. That's consistent with his delusional system. It's consistent with what he said when he was psychotic and the marshal's office showed up at his door. It's consistent when he was psychotic and what he said to the detectives during the custodial interrogation. It's consistent with what he said during his competency evaluations. And it's consistent with what he said at COBH.
The motive theory. Dr. Marciani referenced it. Dr. O'Donnell does again. And she opines at page 14 of her report that some of Mr. Foster's victims were involved in the investigation that could have led to his termination. And the page before, on page 13, she notes, additional discovery information suggested that Mr. Foster knew he was at risk of losing his job at KDC. Now, you reviewed the same information, at least it's under your impression that you had reviewed the same records that Dr. O'Donnell did, right?
Correct.
And all
I
the
think I reviewed actually more records than she did, but I think I had everything she had.
It's not a contest, though. You reviewed records so that you could be better informed about what happened to help you render an opinion, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you may have reviewed a few more records than she did, or vice versa. But based on the personnel file that you reviewed, is there any indication that Mr. Foster knew that he was going to be fired?
So let me be clear. I think I would test that hypothesis. Say maybe he was on notice because he had a last chance notice for his being late and for work productivity. So maybe at some level he knew, hey, I kind of was given a last chance notice a while back and I was late again today. So maybe there's that. But he clearly had not been notified by HR, hey, we're terminating you. That was actually in the works. He did not know about that. Now, I can't sit here and say he had no clue at all that he was potentially at risk, because he was given a last chance notice, and he did show up late. So he could have, reasoned, I could be losing my job, I just showed up late after a last chance notice. But if your question's getting at, did he know that HR was moving forward with his termination, he did not know that.
Okay. Did you make any observation regarding the relationship between Mr. Foster's job performance and his psychosis?
Yeah,
In other words, was there a correlation between the two?
Yeah, it appeared that as he was becoming more psychotic, his functioning in general deteriorated, as I testified to. But surely, the documentation shows that they thought he was actually employed until relatively recently, which is when his psychosis was really exacerbating.
Okay. And Dr. Stinson, he also worked at Chipotle too, right?
He did.
Okay. And did he shoot anyone at Chipotle?
He did not.
Okay. I want to take you to Dr. Tilley's report. Dr. John Tilley. Are you familiar with Dr. John Tilley?
I am.
Okay. Have you reviewed the report that he submitted in this case?
I did.
And that should be the report for the mental state at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
Do you concur with his analysis?
I do.
Your Honor, I think we would object relating to Dr. Tilley's report because, we didn't object to Marciani and O'Donnell for rebuttal purposes, but for Tilley's report, it's kind of bolstering his report, we would argue.
Your Honor, my response would be that he's an expert witness. He's demonstrated his qualifications. He previously testified that he's read every expert's report. I'm not asking him to go in depth into Dr. Tilley, but my main line of questioning is that the state is going to raise the theory that Dr. Stinson and Dr. Tilley are business partners, and in some way that maybe compromised Dr. Stinson's analysis in this case. I'd ask that the court overrule the objection.
Judge is overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did he consider any competing theories or alternative hypotheses as you did?
He did.
Okay. Did Dr. Marciani or Dr. O'Donnell memorialize or put in writing any alternative hypotheses in their report, at least how they tested them?
They did not.
Okay. How do you know Dr. Tilley?
So I've known Dr. Tilley since 2000. I first met Dr. Tilley when he was a postdoc fellow at Twin Valley Behavioral Healthcare, and it was my first year of licensure, and I supervised him during that year. We then were colleagues for a number of years. I would consider him a friend, and we became business partners in 2014, I believe.
And what's the name of that business?
Forum, Ohio. We
Okay,
opened up a group practice.
Are you currently business partners?
We are not.
Okay, when did that relationship end?
September of 2023 or 2024.
Okay. And Forum, Ohio is a limited liability company. It's registered with the Secretary of State, and it has other members in it.
That's correct.
Other-
Well, if you mean members in the sense of a legal member of an LLC, I'm the sole member of the LLC. But there are other psychologists because it's a group practice.
I understand. And why did you terminate your partnership, I guess, in the LLC with Dr. Tilley in Forum, Ohio?
I think the easiest way to put it is we had Forum Ohio as a group practice, and we each had separate other practices. And without getting into all the details, I think Dr. Tilley was just really busy in his other practice, and we had several meetings where he wasn't able to be a 50-50 partner in group practice because of the time that he was spending in the other practice. And so we made an agreement that I would purchase his equity share, and then I'd become the sole member of the LLC.
So that was just an orderly business transaction and a business decision between you two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you continue to have a professional relationship with him?
Yeah,
Do you continue to have a professional relationship with many other psychologists?
of course.
Okay. Did you reach your opinion regarding Mr. Foster's mental state at the time of the offense before consulting with Dr. Tilley?
Yes.
Okay. Did you eventually consult with Dr. Tilley
I did.
regarding regarding Mr. Foster's mental state?
I did.
Okay. And when did you complete your interview of Mr. Foster for sanity?
That was December 31st, 2025.
When did you first speak with Dr. Tilley about Mr. Foster?
I'd have to check my report, but I believe it was in February.
Okay. Sometime in early 2026?
Yes.
Okay. Did you share your opinion about Mr. Foster's mental state at the time of the offense with the prosecutor's office before you reduced your report to write-in?
I did.
Okay. Fair to say that they disagreed with your report?
They did.
Okay. So you had consulted with the prosecutor's office on previous occasions when you prepared your competency evaluation, right?
I had a brief consultation with them when I prepared my competency evaluation, yes.
Okay. And the prosecutor's office, I would hope, checked your CV or your resume before engaging you to conduct not only the competency evaluation, but also the sanity evaluation, right?
I think they're familiar with me. I've done work for their office before.
Okay. Your CV, which was admitted into evidence already, is 42A, states 42A. And clearly on there, it says, lists Forum, Ohio, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So there's no surprise that you were affiliated with Forum, Ohio, correct?
There shouldn't be.
Okay. And there's no, and was that at one point, was Dr. Tilley's name on the website as a co-owner of Forum, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you did any work for Bruce Foster, before you even knew who Bruce Foster III was, did you have a business relationship with Dr. Tilley?
Well, I was in business with him from 2014 until, 2023.
Yes.
But at the time that I was engaged for this case, my business relationship was I'd consider him still a potential independent contractor for Forum, Ohio, but we don't have a formal business relationship per se.
Okay, very good. And when did you learn of Dr. Tilley's involvement in this case?
I'm not exactly sure if I knew that he was going to be doing an evaluation and I just had not consulted with him because he was doing an independent evaluation and I was doing an independent evaluation. So I don't know exactly when I found out. I can tell you when I talked to him was after I gave feedback to the prosecutor's office. They said, well, have you talked to Dr. Tilley? Do you know if he's reached a different opinion? And I said, I don't know. I haven't talked to Dr. Tilley. And they said, well, would you mind reaching out to him? And I actually inquired as to, as long as there's nothing improper about that. I don't mind reaching out to him, but we hadn't talked about the case because he was retained by the defense, I was retained by the state. So I talked to him when the state said, well, why don't you reach out to him and see if he has a different opinion
Let me
before
stop you there. So the state encouraged you to reach out to him too, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to talk more about how you got involved with the state, but did the state ever challenge your opinion that you've announced here today in your NGRI report?
By challenge, if you mean they questioned me and asked, if I've considered this or considered that, or, challenge some of my opinions or support for certain opinions, we had those conversations. We had some email exchanges and we had some phone calls.
Did they ask you to reach a different opinion?
I wouldn't characterize it as I'm saying, can you reach a different opinion? I think it was clear that they had a different opinion and they were asking, did you consider this? And, maybe our interpretation is different than your interpretation, and we had some conversation about that.
Okay. And then they retained a different expert, to your knowledge, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I want to just highlight again, you saw Mr. Foster when he was psychotic, right?
That's correct.
And that was during the competency evaluation.
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Foster when he was medicated on psychotropic meds, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when he was clear-minded, at least, more clear-minded.
More clear-minded, I would say.
Okay. Did that better inform you in having a well-rounded opinion on Mr. Foster's mental state at the time of the offense?
It did. It's extremely helpful when you're doing a Sandy evaluation, if you're fortunate enough to see the person when they're in the same psychotic state they were when they committed the offense, before they get treated and kind of clear up their thinking.
Did your colleagues, Dr. O'Donnell and Dr. Marciani, have the benefit of seeing Mr. Foster and meeting, interacting, and listening to Mr. Foster while he was still psychotic?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Sure.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Dr. Stutz.
Sure.
Why don't we take a recess and we reconvene here in about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the sound bite. I can't find it.
I don't know what time code I have, so I don't know. Is it? All I have is the time.
Oh,
I don't know what time. Do you have time, real time, or do you have?
yeah, real time. But, it's,
He was muted.
it was near the end. I'm gonna go back and
Didn't you say you could do it off of what they say?
that's what I was confused, because I couldn't find it. Let me see if I can go back in the, maybe it's,
Right around 2 o'clock.
okay.
How's it going?
2 o'clock, 2 o'clock, right around there, that's the time.
Oh, no, it's like.
Oh, yeah. He has one.
All rise. Back to session.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. Mr. McCoy, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Alright. Would you say psychology is a soft science rather than like a hard science, like biology or chemistry?
I think some people characterize it that way.
And why is that?
Well, it's not, I think you'd have to ask the people that characterize it that way, but I think they do it because it's, it's not like molecular science behind it. You can't necessarily point to every little thing, although the research more and more in psychology is pointing to brain function, so I don't know if that's as true as it once was.
Okay. So you can't like take a picture of Mr. Foster's brain and know exactly what's going on inside his brain.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. So on February 4th, 2025, at the end of the day, you really do not know what he's thinking.
I can only infer what his mental state was based on all the data available to me.
But like you don't know exactly what he was thinking and when he was, going up to Kyle Vaver and, shooting him in the head at point blank range.
Only to the extent that I can support it based on all the information available to me. I just have to rely on that.
But I guess my point is at the end of the day, the only person who really knows what was going on at that time is Bruce Foster, in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, unless we have enough data that he shared with us and all that data corroborated, then we can all know that.
Okay. And you're saying that the data could corroborate one thing or another thing based on multiple experts' conclusions, right?
No, that's not what I said. I actually, in my direct, I think what I was trying to clarify is why we reached two different opinions, and I think the data support one opinion but not the other.
But other experts in your field are saying it supports some other conclusion.
They're saying that based on their analysis and their reading of the data they are.
Okay. So you have 4 experts, 2 saying he understood the wrongfulness, 2 saying he did not understand the wrongfulness. That seems irreconcilable in my mind when it's considered a science.
Well, I don't really think it's irreconcilable. I think when you look at the data, you can start to reconcile it. You can say, well, why did Stinson disagree with Marciani and O'Donnell, or conversely, why did Marciani and O'Donnell disagree with Stinson and Tilley? And we can point to the data. We can say, well, they thought that it was showed, for example, that he changed his clothes, and that's evidence that he was trying to avoid detection and therefore knew the wrongfulness.
Well, he told you that it was to be more comfortable, right?
Well, yeah, he told me, and that's what I'm saying is that if they're drawing the conclusion.
No, my question is like
he finished my answer. If they're drawing the conclusion that he changed his clothes and that shows knowledge of wrongfulness, I think we can address that and say, well, what did the data show? And then obviously the judge will ultimately make a decision. But what did the data show? Does the data support that? I don't think it does when you look at all the data.
Okay. But it could be an indicator of someone knowing the wrongfulness.
It could be. It's not in this case when you look at all the data.
But it could be, generally speaking.
Generally speaking, in certain cases, it could be, and I would consider that a hypothesis.
Okay. And he said to you that he changed his pants because he wanted to be more comfortable.
That is correct.
Okay. And so let's assume that he did in fact change his pants in the Uber. So he didn't want to be comfortable anymore? Is that what you would interpret from that?
No,
Oh, you wouldn't?
I would not interpret that he was doing it to not be comfortable. He says he didn't change his pants in the Uber. He said he changed his shoes because he
Okay,
wanted
but
to be
what happens
comfortable.
if, you know, we have evidence to show that he did, assuming that we do? Because we do.
If the conclusion is he changed his clothes in the Uber, I don't know, because I didn't get details about why he changed his clothes, because he represented to me that he didn't change his shoes.
Oh, so you just believe everything he's telling you?
No, that's not what I said, and I think you know that. What I'm saying is that it would not nonetheless show evidence that he knew the wrongfulness. Now, was it because he had blood on him and he wanted to get out of bloody clothes? Was it because he wasn't comfortable anymore and he wanted to change out of them? I don't really know, but I know one hypothesis doesn't get support by the data that's available to us, and that's that it somehow shows that he was trying to avoid detection or identification.
Okay. But, I mean, he told you that he didn't change his clothes, his pants in the Uber, right?
That's correct. He told me he changed his shoes. And
Okay.
to be fair,
So,
he
I
said,
mean, I guess-
to be fair, he said, I really don't remember changing my clothes. I'm pretty sure I changed my shoes, but I don't really remember.
But we have evidence to show that he did.
Okay.
So, I mean, he told you that he didn't, and we have evidence that he did. And so,
Hold on, you're
does
misstating
that
what I
make you
said.
wonder? No, I'm the one asking. They can ask you on redirect.
But that's
So,
not what I said.
you said that he did not change his pants in the Uber.
He said he doesn't really remember changing his clothes, but he knows he changed his shoes.
Okay. So, you took that at, okay, he may not have changed his pants, right?
I took it as he may not have, and he may have. I don't know.
Okay. So, he said that he changed originally because he wanted to be more comfortable.
That is true.
So, why would he change his pants again?
That I don't know, because he told me he didn't change his pants, so I didn't ask him, why did you change your
Okay,
pants?
so you
He
didn't
told me
ask
he
him.
didn't.
You didn't ask him.
I asked him if he changed his pants, and he said if he did, he doesn't remember doing that, but he knows he changed his shoes.
Okay.
So it would be impossible to say, well, if you did change your pants, why do you think you changed it? He would just be speculating at that point.
Okay. And you said that someone leaving the scene could be evidence of knowing the wrongfulness, right?
It's certainly a fair hypothesis.
Okay. And so you were provided the Uber data, right? Like that shows when exactly he was leaving the scene. I believe that you
mean
were.
the timestamps of
Yeah.
when he called and when he got picked up
Yeah.
and when he got dropped off? I had that data.
Okay. So on this particular day, he was supposed to work from 2:30 to 11 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he called the Uber at 10:09 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Was that a trend for him to call an Uber so early?
I don't think it was a trend for him to call before the end of his shift.
Okay. So if the trend on State's Exhibit 7 shows that he calls an Uber around 10:45 p.m. to 11:02 p.m., this would be he's going a different way, or he's doing something different than he normally does.
Yeah, he did not finish his shift, and I don't think that was typical.
Okay. And so you were saying that, you wouldn't think that a person would take an Uber generally to, as a getaway vehicle, right? You said that.
That's not exactly what I said. What I said was that if somebody was trying to avoid detection, it would be odd that they would use their own personal Uber account
What about leaving the scene?
and then take that Uber to their apartment and be there less than 12 hours later when the police show up.
But what about leaving the scene? You said that, he wouldn't leave the scene in an Uber, right? If he was thinking that, I'm trying to get away with it. He wouldn't leave the scene in an Uber. He might take some other way.
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, I'm getting a lot of statements that aren't questions that can be answered. It's back and forth as far as what was said or not said. I'm just asking that these come in the form of a question.
The question was confusing, so
Okay.
restate your question so he knows exactly what you're asking.
So it sounded like you said earlier that you wouldn't expect someone to use an Uber as a getaway vehicle, right?
That's not exactly what I said. I can clarify if you'd like me to.
Go for it.
I think what you're getting at is I said, if he was trying to avoid detection, I wouldn't expect him necessarily to use his own Uber account that would be easily traced after clocking out and working there for 7.5 hours and then going back to his apartment.
Okay. And did he have a lot of friends at work from your review of the evidence?
I wouldn't characterize him as friends, no.
Okay. And so did he have a lot of resources, like money resources?
No, he had limited resources, actually.
And so what does a person with limited resources generally do?
Well, I don't know if that's a fair question. I can tell you what he could have done. He could have accepted a ride from his mom, but he didn't because he was paranoid that she was part of the plot to kill him.
Okay, but did he call his mom that night?
No, he was paranoid of her. He wouldn't even accept a ride to work from her,
Okay. Is his mom still alive today?
as far as I know.
Okay. He didn't kill her?
He did not.
Okay. And she attacked him, right?
He believed that she was poisoning him and trying to kill him and helping the plot to have him killed.
No, but during his interview with the police, he said that she attacked him. She was coming at him,
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. This isn't a question.
right? I mean, I'm asking a question.
What exactly is your question?
Okay, so
So,
assume that he
so
said...
it's not confusing. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Assume that Mr. Foster said to the police when he was interviewed on February 5th, 2025, that his mom attacked him that morning before he went to work. Okay?
Okay.
He did not kill his mom that morning, right?
He did not kill his mom.
Okay. So if she was part of this mafia conspiracy, why wouldn't he want to kill her as well?
I can tell you though, I addressed that in my report and I addressed that with him. The reason he didn't kill his mom, I thought that was a fair question, is although he believed that she was a part of the plan and that she had attempted to poison him previously, he did not believe that he was imminently at risk from her, as in she was going to kill him at that moment. And he didn't want to kill anybody. He only did it at work once he believed wholeheartedly that he was about to be hung and he had to kill or be killed.
Okay, so he told you that he was about to be hung,
That was in the COBH records. He told his psychiatrist.
but he didn't tell you.
He did not tell me that.
Okay. So he told you that it was kill or be killed,
He did tell me that.
but he didn't specify.
What do you mean?
He didn't specify, say, how he was going to be killed, right?
I
to
did
you.
not ask him that, no.
Oh, why? You didn't want to know why?
No, I knew what I was trying to get at is what his mental state was, and his thought was I was going to be killed. Now, whether he was going to be shot or knifed or hung or guillotined, I didn't know, but I knew that his mental state was he believed he was going to be killed if he did not kill them first.
Okay, but wouldn't that be relevant to why he thought it was immediate? Like in a self-defense context, the way in which someone's going to potentially kill you, wouldn't the way in which they're going to do it go toward imminence?
No, I don't think in a
imminence?
delusional, two things. One, I wasn't doing a self-defense analysis. Secondly, in his delusional mind, if he thought he was going to be dead immediately, it didn't matter if it was, because they were going to use a bobby pin that was in, with chemicals on the tip, or if he thought they were going to shoot him in the head or hang him. In his delusional mind, he believed he was going to be killed. I don't know that getting into the veracity of a delusional claim makes a whole lot of sense. I was trying to understand his mental state. His mental state was he was going to be killed.
Well, doesn't that go toward his mental state, how he's going to be killed?
In what way, I would ask? I know it was delusional, and so whether it was, hey, they're going to choke me out, shoot me, hang me, set me on fire, I don't know that it matters.
But
His mental state was, I'm going to be killed, and if I don't do something to them first, I'm dead.
Okay, but doesn't that kind of help, guide us to how he thought that they were going to do it and how he thought that he was justified to do it?
No,
Like, because if...
I think even if he, let's say it was something absurd, let's say in his delusional mind, he thought what they were going to do is, suffocate him with a pillow. His reality, his mental state at the time was still, they're going to kill me. Now I found out through the Twin Valley records that he thought he was going to be hung.
Yeah, did he say he saw a rope? Like right here, dangling?
That wasn't documented in the COB records if he did say that.
So wouldn't that kind of cut against the imminence of it? If you're
No,
not seeing...
I don't think so. I don't think if you understand a psychotic mind and how paranoia works, that
But we're
it
talking
would-
about wrongfulness.
No, right, but let me clarify. If you understand a psychotic mind and someone believes they're going to be killed imminently, you don't stop with a psychotic person and reason with them. If we could do that, we would have just said, hey, Bruce, nobody's really after you. This is a figment of your imagination. You can't reason and say, that is absurd. What was absurd was that he thinks he killed 2 people when he was 7 years old. I couldn't talk him out of that.
Well, you were
So it
talking
didn't
about that
matter
earlier.
why he thought he was going to be killed. The fact is he thought he was going to be.
Okay, just because I think, so if I'm acting in self-defense, just because someone says I'm going to kill you, doesn't mean I necessarily can go chase them down and shoot them in the neck, right?
object to questions with regard to self-defense. I think it's making it confusing.
Well, it's
This
the
is a
justific-
self-defense hypothetical that keeps getting posed.
What's the justification that he feels as if he has, and it goes toward whether or not he believed, what he was doing was a crime. So if he's trying to say I would only harm in self-defense, then we would look at self-defense to see if in his delusional mind was he really thinking he was acting within the confines of the law, i.e. self-defense, and there's multiple different layers to self-defense.
Your question is still confusing. I think he's asked the question in his delusional mind, did he think he was acting in self-defense? He's answered that multiple times.
But ignorance of the law is not a defense, so if he thinks he's acting in self-defense and he's ignorant as to the elements of self-defense, then that delusion is kind of, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He's still...
The objection is sustained as to the form of the question. If you want to take another stab at it, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. All right, so if someone's a trespasser, right, they would have a duty to retreat. Would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor. Well, this line of questioning is not relevant to the state of mind of Mr. Foster at the time of the events.
Mr.
Response?
I mean, it is very relevant. It goes to whether or not he was acting in self-defense in his delusional mind. So if he thinks he's acting in self-defense...
What question are you posing to Dr. Stinson?
Okay, so a trespasser, so if someone's rightfully allowed to be in a place like a home, like Dr. Stinson testified to on direct, they do not have a duty to retreat. So if someone's a trespasser, they would have a duty to retreat because they're not lawfully entitled to be at that particular place. So the reason for my question is by virtue of having a gun, going past a sign that's clearly marked, he is now a trespasser, and so he would have a duty to retreat.
Okay, what question do you want to ask him about that theory?
I mean, a
He's
trespasser has a duty to retreat. I was asking him based on his knowledge of self-defense.
I think that calls for a legal conclusion that I don't know the answer to as I sit here.
Okay, so you don't know?
Fine.
So you don't know the confines of the self-defense law?
I'm not an expert in self-defense law.
Okay. I'm not an expert in self-defense either, but I know I'm a lawyer, so I should know, right?
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. So when you were asking him about the firearm, right, he said that him having the holster, he thinks it'd be kind of legal. Kind of legal having the holster. So he's not quite sure, right?
He did say that, yeah.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
I don't know what it meant. It was confusing and kind of illogical, but I think in his delusional mind it had some meaning.
Okay. And so what about like rationality or irrationality within rationality or rationality within irrationality? Wouldn't you expect some rationality within, in a rational mind or when someone's in delusion, you would expect them to act rationally?
If you're using the concept of rationality within irrationality the way I use it in my field, there was all sorts of evidence of rationality within irrationality in this case, and I'm happy to explain that concept if it would be helpful.
Okay, can you tell us what rationality in irrationality is?
Yeah, so rationality and irrationality is a concept where if somebody's delusional, then they're irrational. But we would expect their behaviors to be consistent with their delusional thinking. So that's rationality within irrationality. So for example, if somebody thinks that they're being poisoned, you do not expect them to gain weight because they're eating excess amounts of food that they're getting from strangers. On the other hand, if they're paranoid that their food's being poisoned, you might expect them to stop eating or to trade their food for other things or prepackaged food. So that would be rationality within irrationality. So he's irrational because he's delusional about being paranoid. He's irrational because he's paranoid and delusional. But the rationality, the rational behaviors, that behavior is consistent with the delusional belief.
Okay. And so if someone was thinking that people were immediately going to harm them, why would it be rational to go toward the place where you're going to get harmed?
Well, I think the rationality was I can't escape this. The only way I come out alive is kill them before they kill me. That's the rationale.
So why couldn't he go outside?
Well, I asked him that, and that's in my report, as you know, and his thinking was that there was no escaping. It had gotten to a point where he just couldn't escape. And that's what happens in delusions, is they reach a peak where it boils over and the person acts out because they think there's an imminence that doesn't really exist in reality. But I asked him, why don't you just get in the Uber and leave? Why not do this? Why not do that? He said, I tried to go out to LA. I tried to call 911. I tried to sue these people. I went in front of a judge, and the judge told me if it gets to this boiling point, which is what it was at that night, then that's when you can take their life so that you don't have to die.
Okay. And so he said that he couldn't just walk out the front door.
And not avoid being killed.
Okay. So the people that wanted to kill him were in the warehouse, right?
That's correct.
He could have walked a different way.
Well, in a non-delusional world you could have, but in his delusional mind when he's like, hey, the fix is in, they're over there talking, there's people over here, there's people over here, the police are a part of it, I'm gonna be hung, I'm hearing a voice saying you have no other choice. So to you and I, of course it makes sense, you just walk out and leave. But not to a psychotic individual who has these delusional beliefs and is experiencing auditory hallucinations telling him he has no choice.
But he knows how to walk into the place where, he knows the route to the warehouse, right?
I assume so.
And he knows the route to the exit, because he went in that day.
That's correct.
So he understood those types of things.
Of course.
Okay.
He's not cognitively deficient. He's a smart guy, but he was delusional.
Okay. And so he could have walked the other way. He had that capacity.
He had the physical ability to do it. In his delusional mind, it wouldn't have changed anything. He thought he would have ended up dead.
Okay. Can you talk to us about like nature and quality of actions? What is the nature of an action?
I would ask you to tell me what you mean by that, because that's a different standard. I assess whether they knew the wrongfulness of their actions. So I don't know if you and I are talking about the same thing, so I'd ask you to define it.
But if someone knows like the nature and quality of their actions, you could infer that they understand the wrongfulness.
No, I don't. That's why I think you need to define what you mean by nature and quality, because I think in my field we would say that's not true. Those are two different things.
So like for nature of action, so if I think I'm squeezing a pickle, right? Like that might go toward that, right? Rather than a gun. I might think I'm squeezing a pickle, and, not aware that, bullets are coming out of a gun. I might think seeds are coming out of a pickle. Something of that nature, right?
So you're getting at, okay, he didn't know the nature and quality of his acts because he thought he was squeezing a pickle, but he was really squeezing a gun. That's how I would understand.
Yeah.
We define the nature and quality of an act, is you think you're doing one thing, but in fact you're doing another thing.
Okay, so he knew that he had a gun.
Correct.
He knew that that gun had bullets.
Correct.
He knew that bullets could kill people.
Yes.
Okay. And so he knew that if he pulled a trigger while pointing that gun at someone's head, that they die
That's correct.
or get seriously harmed.
Yes.
So he knew that if he was shooting at a person running away, that bullet may hit them.
Sure.
Okay. And he said that he understood that murder is a crime.
Yes,
So he knows that murder is illegal.
he does.
Okay. And he also said that he was a businessman, right?
Among many other things.
Okay. And you think that was a delusion?
I think his comments that he was an economist, that he was a doctor, that he was an
No,
accountant.
but what about the businessman?
that these were all part of his business, and that he was an entrepreneur. All of that, I believe, was in delusion. Yes.
Okay. So you weren't aware of any evidence where he actually was an entrepreneur doing businessman type things?
He wasn't doing what he was reporting, which was he said he was the ambassador for Chipotle, that he was the one that came up with the idea to run commercials during the NBA, and that's how Chipotle became successful.
Wasn't it possible that he could have, given ideas up the chain?
It's possible he could have given ideas.
Like
It's
ideas
not
up the
possible.
chain to say like, hey, maybe do this with the commercial. People do that kind of thing all the time.
Well,
You said he was a smart guy.
he
right?
didn't say he was giving ideas up the chain. He said he was an ambassador for Chipotle. He was responsible for their success because he was the guy that came up with the marketing idea to run commercials during the NBA. That was one of many things, in addition to the illnesses he cured, the astute stock advice he was giving. These were his business adventures, and I can say with great confidence that he was delusional about those things.
Okay. So you don't think in any way that he was a businessman?
I don't believe that he was an ambassador for Chipotle and came up with the idea to run commercials during
Did you,
NBA
did you
commercials.
call someone at Chipotle?
No, I used common sense for that.
Okay. But you could have called someone at Chipotle.
No, I don't know who I would call at Chipotle to find that out.
Well, didn't he tell you which Chipotle he worked at?
But he's not talking about the Chipotle restaurant. He's talking about the Chipotle brand. He's talking about the headquarters of Chipotle.
Okay. Is that what he said, or he said actually like
He
the
said
headquarters?
he said he
or-
was an ambassador for the Chipotle brand, and that he came up with the idea to run commercials during the NBA, and that he made them very successful, and he was disappointed that they hadn't paid him his riches that he was due for sharing in their success. That was one of about 30 wild, delusional business ideas that he claimed to be responsible for.
Okay. And you were saying that you would expect him to go to Chipotle to, commit these crimes that he committed at KDC because he was so mad about being fired, right?
I don't know that I said I would expect him to do that. What I said, or what I meant to testify to, is that if in fact the theory was that he had a grievance at work because he suspected he was going to be terminated, we kind of tested that theory. Chipotle had fired him a couple weeks earlier.
Are you sure about that?
That's my understanding of all the information I have.
Okay.
Or at the very least, he believed he had been terminated.
So again, like taking everything he says at face value.
Not taking that. That's not true, and I think you know that's not true. I didn't take everything he said at face value. In fact, I testified a lot today about how I tried to get data before he told me things, tried to get data after he told me things, reviewed thousands of pages of records that you provided to me, hours and hours of videos, and I looked for a convergence of information.
Okay. But you're not sure if he got fired or if he quit Chipotle.
I can tell you what he claims and what he believed.
No, but I'm saying like you being sure, like.
No, I can only tell you what I'm sure of he believed. What he told me was that he believed he had been wrongfully terminated and that the mafia was doing that so that he couldn't become successful. And that the manager at his Chipotle store was a part of the mafia and the niece of President Donald Trump.
So he wasn't.
And I didn't verify that, but I don't think it was true.
You don't think, you didn't verify that.
It's possible that the Chipotle manager in Columbus is the niece of Donald Trump, but I went under the assumption that she is not.
Okay. But the whole firing versus not getting fired thing seems kind of important to your analysis. Because if I quit a job, you wouldn't expect me to go back and shoot up the place. But if I get fired, that might give me some type of anger or frustration such that you would go there and do those things.
I think you're missing the point. It's not whether he was factually terminated. He believed that he had been wrongfully terminated and that they had taken a lot of his riches that he should have gotten because of the great idea he came up with to run commercials during NBA games, and that the reason this was happening is because his manager was a part of the mafia. So if he was going to go into work and shoot up the place because of a grievance, he had that grievance with Chipotle and did not do that.
But was he getting hours at Chipotle anymore, from your knowledge, on February 4th, 2025?
My understanding from him is that he wasn't working there anymore because they sent him an email saying thank you for your service, and
Okay.
I believe he had been terminated.
So, but he was still getting hours at KDC 1.
Of course.
So there's an opportunity there. Whereas Chipotle is not going there every day like he used to, but KDC 1, he is going there Monday through Friday, right?
He was because he was working, but I think he could have gone to Chipotle whether he was getting hours or not.
No, but he was there. He was there. Like he was getting the hours to go there.
Sure.
But Chipotle, he was not.
He had, in his mind, had been terminated, correct?
So like an opportunity.
No, that he still had the opportunity to go to Chipotle and shoot it up if he wanted to. He did not do that.
Okay. And then you were talking about, being wide-eyed and things of that nature, right?
I don't think I was talking about
I think
that.
you
but in
wrote
fact,
that in your report.
It's in my report, but in fact, he was wide-eyed at times, yes.
Okay. And so Nick Harris yesterday, or the other day, testified that, when he saw Bruce Foster pointing the firearm at him, he saw him wide-eyed. Okay, so could that be attributed to adrenaline?
Sure, I suppose it could.
Okay. So that doesn't necessarily mean that he's, not understanding what's going on. It could mean that he was just hyped up from just shooting someone in the head.
I don't think wide-eyed would ever mean that he didn't know what was going on. I think it might be an indicator that he was psychotic, but I don't think it proves one way or the other that he knew what was going on. I didn't represent that. I wouldn't represent that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think you talk about in your report that during his interview, it was wide-eyed, and that could be a potential symptom of mental illness, right?
Yeah, I think you're addressing two different things. I do think being wide-eyed can be a symptom of mental illness, and in the context in which he was wide-eyed, I think that's clearly what it was. But that doesn't mean, just because he had mental illness, that he didn't know wrongfulness. That's a separate analysis.
No, I
think you were mixing those two together. And I'm just saying I would not attribute wide-eyed to evidence of not knowing wrongfulness.
Okay. So, like, someone could be wide-eyed after being tased and arrested and then questioned by the police, right? Can make you hypervigilant.
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. And a delusional person still has the capacity to understand what is right and what is wrong.
They do. They have, generally speaking, most people who are delusional do know what's right and wrong. It's the rare occasion that somebody is so psychotic that they act without knowledge of wrongfulness and therefore are thrown in GRI.
Okay. And then let's talk about the pardon a little bit. So he says that, I have I think I have a pardon. I got it when I was 13. You kept saying 7, but during the interview, he says middle school. So I don't think someone's 7 in middle school, right?
No, I think he has said different ages at different times.
Saying a lot of different things at different times, right?
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I'd say that his delusions are fluid in terms of what happened exactly when, which is not inconsistent. In fact, it's fairly consistent with people who have delusions.
Okay. So, like, making things up?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
And you know that's not what I said. What I said is he has delusional beliefs, and people who are delusional, when they recall their past experiences through that delusional lens, whether he was 7 or 13, the fact is it never happened, but in his delusional mind, he says at different times this is when it happened.
Okay. So, during the interview with the police, which is State's Exhibit 29, he says, hey, does that pardon apply here in Licking County? So it's like he's committing these crimes, and then he's hoping that his pardon applies here in Licking County. That's a reasonable way to see it, right?
Yeah, he did ask. I wouldn't characterize it the way you did. I don't think he presented himself the way you just did.
Oh, we can watch it. I mean,
We can do that.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it'll be different than what you just presented.
Okay. You want to watch it and get a little?
If it matters that he didn't present the way you just did, then I think the video will show that. If it doesn't matter, then I'm pretty confident on how he presented. I've watched it several times. I'll
Okay.
show you that.
But you'd have to commit a crime to, be able to use that pardon.
Yes, Your Honor, that's a legal definition.
That's what he said. He wanted to. He thought he had a legal
He's
justification.
explaining this delusion that Mr. Foster has. You seem to be asking him to evaluate the credibility of these delusions that he has, and it's confusing. So, I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to the form of the question. You may ask your next question.
So, a pardon that has a particular meaning. Did you ask what Mr. Foster meant by pardon?
I did, and we addressed this on direct. His use of the word pardon was an explanation for I went in front of I killed 2 people.
No, but as it relates to this crime.
That's what I'm talking about. So you have to understand where he came up with this. He killed 2 people. He called the police. They were dirty. They were part of the mafia. So he exercised his 18th Amendment right and the Ku Klux Klan policy to go in front of his judge, who exonerated him and said, yes, when they are imminently going to kill you, you perceive that, you have a right to kill them first, as you did with these 2 people that he delusionally believes he killed. When he says he has a pardon, that's what he's talking about. So you can scrap kind of the notion of a legal definition of pardon. His pardon is, I previously experienced this, where I had to kill 2 people. And the police came and they were dirty and they were part of the mafia. And so I went in front of a judge, told him what happened, and then I'm free to go because I'm allowed to do that when they're going to kill me.
So you don't see it as him expressing hope that that pardon applies to this scenario?
No, I think he did. He said, I have a pardon in Franklin County. That applies, right? Or asked him if it applies, or however he said it. But no, he's 100% putting it forward. I mean, he's telling the marshal's office, when they show up, hey, I was just trying to protect myself, I don't want to get hurt, and he's telling the detectives, hey, by the way, I also have this pardon. So he multiple times demonstrates that he doesn't know the wrongfulness of what he's doing because he feels like he had no other choice. He was justified in doing it, and oh, by the way, even if you're going to try to do me dirty like you did before, I have a pardon from this other judge.
Okay, but he also says that he has a problem with Columbus Division of Police, right?
Well, he believes the Columbus Division of the Police is essentially running this mafia ring.
Okay, so not the New Albany Police.
Not that, he doesn't name the New Albany Police, he talks about primarily Columbus Division of Police and
No, no.
federal agents.
Okay, so not New Albany Police.
He didn't say specifically New Albany.
Okay, and he was in New Albany, and he knew that, right?
Actually, he thought he was in the Licking County Justice Center, but he nonetheless knew that he was not with Columbus Police.
Okay, but they identify themselves as New Albany Police during that interview, right?
I believe they did.
Okay, and he was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with y'all. I don't know y'all, right?
Something to that effect.
Okay, so he's saying that, oh, you're not Columbus Police, we're good.
I wouldn't characterize that. I don't think he said, oh, I'm good with you guys.
Okay. Did he ever seem scared in that interview?
He seemed very guarded. He got agitated, and yeah, I would consider him pretty hypervigilant in that interview.
Okay. And when he was talking about what happened at KDC 1, he said that no one attacked him, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so he said no one attacked me.
Correct.
And then they kept asking him, like, are you okay? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm all right, right?
He did.
Okay, so he said that no one attacked him.
He did.
And he said that no one was in his face, right?
I believe that was part of it, yes.
Okay. So how is it imminent in his mind if no one's attacking him and no one's in his face?
Because he was delusional and thought he was going to be hung by the end of his shift if he didn't kill them first.
But he never told you that.
He told me that he was going to be killed, that he felt like he was imminently at risk. From the from the Central Ohio Behavioral Health Records, that's where he said he was going to be hung. But that's clearly consistent with what he told me at the time of his competency evaluation when he was still psychotic, that he shouldn't be here, it was self-defense, he was going to be killed. They've been plotting to do this for a long time, it was going to happen that night.
Okay. But he also told you that he didn't change his pants, right?
He told me that he didn't remember changing his pants, but he knew for sure that he changed his shoes.
And then during that same interview, he said that he was frustrated,
I believe he did say that.
and he said that no one was on his side.
I believe he said that as well.
Okay. And he said that he doesn't talk to anyone at work, right?
Something to that effect.
And no one talks to him.
That was the essential message, yes.
Okay. And so he then was asked about, the relationship with the mom and things of that nature, right? So like, he was like, she attacked me at my house.
He did, yes.
And his definition of attack, what would you classify that as, since you're, an expert on Mr. Foster's mind?
Well, his belief of being attacked was that his mom was there to, quote, manipulate him. And when you ask him, what do you mean by manipulate? He said that she was a part of the plan to kill him. And so that's why he didn't accept a ride from her, is because he was paranoid about her. I believe she had previously tried to kill him.
No, but that day.
No, I'm telling you I'm telling you, that's what his thoughts were that day. That was part of the delusional system. That he was aware that she had previously killed 2 people. She had attempted to kill him in the past. And she had showed up the last 2 days trying to offer him a ride because she was manipulating him, which he defined as she was a part of the conspiracy and she would want to be dead. She was trying to help him.
Okay, but he uses the word attack.
With the New Albany police.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so he has a pretty loose definition of attack, right?
No, I think in his mind, if I came and told you, hey, somebody just tried to carry out a plan to kill me, and I told you I felt attacked, I think we'd agree that that's a fair use of the word attack. In his mind, it wasn't mom showing up checking on him because his phone's turned off. It was mom showing up trying to execute a plan to kill him.
But he did indicate that he doesn't have to deal with that, right? He says that during the interview. I don't have to deal with that.
That's what he's saying, is I shouldn't have to deal with any of this.
No, but he's talking about specifically about his mom.
Right, who's part of the mafia, who's trying to kill him.
Yeah, he said he missed his Uber because his mom, was attacking him.
Correct.
It wasn't like a physical attack, right?
No, it was, in his mind, it was her trying to manipulate him into taking a ride with her so that she could be a part of the plan to execute him.
Okay, so she didn't do anything physical to him.
No, it was in his mind that she was trying to kill him.
But that day, she did not do anything physical to him.
Objection, Your Honor. Ask the answer. We've established
He's
that his
not
mother
answering
did not
the question.
physically attack him.
He's not
Let's
answering
move
the
on to the next question.
Overruled. Now that the question.
Yeah, I'm not aware that she physically attacked him.
Okay, thank you. And he said that he did not have to deal with that. And so he just got in the Uber and left. Right?
Something along those lines, yes.
Okay, he does say that.
I don't know if that's exactly what he said. He said something along those lines.
Okay. But he said he was able to just leave. Just
Correct.
buy and then go.
That's correct. He said he ordered another Uber. Couldn't call because he didn't have a phone, but ordered another Uber and then went to work.
Okay. And then he was asked by law enforcement, the New Albany Police Sergeant and Special Agent James Poole from BCI, whether anyone at KDC attacked him in that manner, right? During the interview.
I don't think that's a fair representation of what they said. I don't think anyone asked, did they attack you like your mom did?
Okay. And if he did, so assume he did say that.
Okay.
Why couldn't he do the same thing that he did with his mom? Just leave.
Well, I addressed that on direct, and I asked him that specifically during my evaluation. And the way delusions work, when you get to a point where you feel like something's imminent, it's going to happen, you can't just reason your way out of it. So he had been for 4 months carrying a weapon in self-defense because he was paranoid, and now he's seeing things going on, including people talking, including somebody who didn't show up for work a couple days earlier, and he's connecting all these dots, and now believes I'm going to be hung and killed at the end of my shift if I don't get out of here and kill them first.
Okay. So I'm still not sure how that answered my question. Why couldn't he do what he did with his mom and just leave?
Because he would still be killed. He had no escape. His delusions had gotten to a point where there was no escape. The only option was kill or be killed. And that's why he said he didn't kill other people, because he wouldn't do it unless it got right up to the point where he had no other choice. And so his delusions had peaked to a point where he believed, if I don't kill them, I will be hung to death tonight.
But he didn't tell you the hanging.
No, he said it in the Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care records to his psychiatrist, who was treating him when he was incompetent to stand trial.
Okay. But why wouldn't he tell you that?
Well, I suppose maybe if I would have asked a more pointed question, maybe I would have gotten that information.
Well, why would you want to
I was
get that
interviewing a pretty
information?
psychotic person, and I was getting the delusional system. What he told the people at COBH is very consistent with what he told me. Even if he didn't tell me I was going to be hung, he told me he was going to be killed. And then he clarified through their records that it was by hanging.
Okay. But why wouldn't you want to ask that question?
I think we went over this earlier. I don't know that it's a bad question to ask. I think, when you spend 10 plus hours with a guy, who's psychotic, half of that time he's completely psychotic, and you're trying to figure out the whole delusional system. And I think, in fairness to me, I didn't know that he was going to be hung. I found that out through Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care records. But I did a pretty darn good job, I would say, of developing what his delusional system was relative to what other people figured out. And it took a lot of time.
But you were with him for 6 hours and you didn't ask him the most important question. Why did you think that they were going to kill you? How were they going to kill you?
I don't think that's the most important question. We've been over this. The issue was whether in his mental state he knew the wrongfulness of what he was doing, and whether he thought they were going to stab him or shoot him or hang him or poison him. It doesn't matter. In his delusional mind, he believed he had no other choice but to kill them, or he was going to end up dead at the end of that shift.
Okay. But didn't you just say on direct that Nick Harris, he didn't think that he had anything to really do with it?
No, I didn't say that. I said he looked over and he saw Nick and Kyle talking, and in his delusional mind, he believed that they were colluding, that this was evidence that it was about to happen, that they were talking. So he went over and he shot Kyle, and then he shot Nick, or chased after and shot Nick. So I didn't say that. What I addressed was Dr. O'Donnell's report, who said she thought Nick was just shot because he was a bystander in proximity. And my clarification on direct was that's clearly not the case. He walked by many people that were in much closer proximity. He shot Kyle because Kyle was the ringleader. He shot Nick because Kyle and Nick had been talking, because they were working side by side that night. And in his delusional mind, he reasoned that the fix was in, that they were collaborating and colluding to kill him.
Okay. Where's from his perspective, he can chase after people and shoot them down when they're not coming at him? Like, he didn't think that that guy that was running away was coming at him, right?
No, he believed he was gonna hang him in a short
While
period
he was
of time.
running away after he just got shot?
No, in his delusional mind, he believed if these guys don't end up dead first, I'm dead tonight.
Okay. But the guy running away, he thought he was gonna hang him right then when he's running away? Already
He
shot
thought
him?
he thought he was a part of the group of people that were going to hang him that night.
Okay.
If
After
he if he did not kill them first.
After he already shot a dude in the head and then shot that same Nick Harris in the arm, and then that guy's running away, he thought he was still gonna get killed?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Then
And he
why?
thought there were other people involved, and he went and hunted them down next.
Okay. And did you ask him like why he didn't go out the same exit and just leave forever
I did.
that Nick Harris went out? What
I
did he
did.
say about that?
I addressed that in my report, and I said it on direct, that his belief was he wasn't going to be able to escape it. He was hearing voices saying you have no other choice. His delusions had peaked to the point that he thought the only option was I'm going to die or they're going to die, and I have permission from a judge from age 7 or 13 or whatever it was, that when it gets to this point, I'm allowed to kill them because I don't have to sit back and be killed myself.
Okay. On page 21 of 90 on your report, I think you have your report up there, right? You said that if it was in all uppercase, then that indicates that it was the delusion, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, what did you say then about that? What's the uppercase mean?
Then that's what he said was different on 12/31/25 relative to what he told me in April of 2025. Or he clarified that it's his same answer. So sometimes I might say, that's correct or that's true. So the uppercase just clarified what he said in December of 2025 relative to what he had previously said in April of 2025.
Okay, so when he claimed that his entire family have substance abuse problems, he said that that was not true, right?
That's correct.
Did you look into that at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if that's actually true or false, or?
I suspect that it's not a true statement that all of his family had substance abuse problems.
No, but doesn't he clarify and say just my grandma or something of that nature?
He did.
Okay. He doesn't say anyone else, right?
That's correct.
Good. So that makes it seem like I was saying it before, everyone, now I'm just saying one person in my family.
That is correct.
Okay. What happens if there was other people?
What's your question?
Other people that had the problems. He's not, maybe his mom that has a
What
substance
is your
abuse issue.
question to him?
Well, he's saying different things at different times, and it's
Who are you referring to as he?
Mr. Foster.
Okay.
He's saying one thing at one time, another thing at another time. Dr. Stinson's making a point to highlight or, uppercase the things that were different.
Okay, so what's your question? It wasn't clear to me, that's why I'm
Yes, sir.
asking you to clarify the question you have for Dr. Stinson.
Okay, so at the beginning he said all my families have these problems.
Correct.
And then he's just saying just my grandma.
That's correct.
Okay. And he said no one else.
That's correct.
Okay. How many other times throughout these conversations, with him, are there, differences that you don't really look into?
Well, I think you're taking something a little out of context. The reason this is important, the reason this is maybe relevant, is he claimed previously that his mom was a fentanyl user and was doping him with fentanyl and amphetamines and cocaine in an effort to kill him. I had a strong suspicion that that was delusional. I didn't
About the
talk to him
fentanyl?
about it, but then he tells me in December when he's clearer, that's not true. Not everybody was drug addicts, and he goes on later to say, no, my mom wasn't drugging me. I believe she was, but she wasn't. So it's not that I'm trying to determine factually, is it true that mom, uncles, aunts, cousins are drug users? I'm trying to discern the difference between his thinking in April and his thinking in December.
But you didn't want to confirm what's true, what's not. That's not your goal?
When it comes to whether or not he has a distant cousin that's a drug user,
What about his mom, who's the one that was allegedly giving him fentanyl? Wouldn't you want to know whether she's a fentanyl trafficker or an attempted fentanyl trafficker?
No, he told me she was actually, and I did not find any public records to suggest that's true. He
Oh,
did.
I looked it up this morning. It's pretty easy.
And you found the
On a
public records?
public website.
Okay, so he claims that she was doping him up with fentanyl. I don't see any evidence for that. He later says, no, that wasn't true. I had the misbelief about that. I in fact believe she was poisoning me with a whole bunch of drugs.
Okay. But you also didn't think that she had anything to do with fentanyl at all, right? You said you couldn't find it.
I didn't see anything.
Sustained.
So let's talk about marijuana. In your report, you note that he may have a mild cannabis use disorder, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is cannabis use disorder?
So, I think I said on direct that he doesn't really meet criteria for a substance use disorder. I may have said in my report that it's possibly has a mild substance use disorder. There's 11 criteria. If, for example, he's used more than he wanted to, and he's had a craving, that would be enough to say he might have a mild substance use disorder. He meets 2 of the 11 criteria. But there's no evidence to suggest that it actually interfered with his functioning. So that's why I say he doesn't really have a substance use disorder. He was using, but there's not strong evidence that it's a substance use disorder per se.
Okay. So you looked at State's Exhibit 47, which is forward health records. You looked at those, right? I got those for you.
I did.
Okay. And just a couple months, prior to this, he was diagnosed with severe cannabis use disorder.
He was.
Okay. And so does that just go away?
I didn't see any documentation on the records to support that diagnosis.
I can show you.
Okay.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 47.
Yeah,
This is from that forward health.
correct.
So you just looked at some of the records, not all of them, or?
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. I said he was diagnosed with it. I said I don't see any support for that diagnosis. Show me where it shows that he met 5 or 6 of the 11 criteria, which is what's required in order to make that diagnosis.
Okay, what are those criteria?
You want all 11 of them?
Sure.
I'll do the best I can without a diagnostic book in front of me. We'll see how good I do on a pop quiz.
All right. Okay, I'm going to object on relevance. If it's a question specific to the discovery packet that had to do with the evaluation, it makes sense if we're going to go down the rabbit hole of looking into anything that could have happened. He's indicated that he doesn't believe that there was a severe cannabis use disorder. There's documentation that says something different.
Response?
I mean, he just said that he has seen nothing to.
You have records to show him to
Yeah, I mean, we can
confront him with what he just said, which was I didn't see any support for the diagnosis. He's acknowledged the diagnosis.
Okay.
If you're trying to impeach him with the fact that there are records to support the diagnosis, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay, next question. Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay. So you said you reviewed, his forward health records.
Correct.
Okay. And so I was trying to ask you questions about, what are the things that a doctor or psychologist or, a clinical advisor would look at to determine whether or not someone has a severe or any type of cannabis use disorder.
Correct.
Okay. So can you name those?
Objection, Your Honor.
So,
Sustained, it's the same question you just tried to ask.
well, I mean,
We're showing
how
some
are
records.
we
Go
going to
ahead.
know what's on the list if we don't know what the criteria that they're looking for? So like, these records talk about using cannabis within the last year, not being able to live without it.
You can ask him questions about the records you provided him with.
Okay, that's what I was trying
Or
to
if you
figure
got a DSM, 5 now?
5 TR.
5 TR, you can show him that too. He just said, I probably can't name all 11 off the top of my head.
out. Okay.
So, next question.
So, did Mr. Foster use cannabis for at least a year?
He did.
Okay. And is that on the list?
It is not.
It's not on the, one of the criteria for cannabis use disorder?
It is not.
Okay. You need 2 of the symptoms plus that, right?
Correct.
And then your cannabis use disorder.
Mild.
Mild, okay. And how many?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 for mild. How many for moderate?
I believe it's 4 to 5.
Okay. And then what about for severe?
6 or more.
6 or more, okay. And you noted 3 to 5?
I would have probably guessed 2 to 3.
2 to 3?
Because I floated the idea of possible mild.
Okay. And what did you notice?
I'd have to look at my records. Like I said, I didn't really believe he had a substance use disorder. I think what I was saying is possible mild use disorder if we conclude that, he developed, tolerance, for example. Or he used more than he wanted to on a particular occasion. I'd have to look at my report to know exactly what diagnostic criteria I was identifying.
Okay. And what about an odor of, marijuana? Is that something that you would, take into consideration to determine whether someone recently used marijuana?
Sure, you could consider whether they smell of marijuana.
Okay. Do you know how long marijuana lingers on a person's clothing?
I don't.
Okay. Did you ask him when he last smoked marijuana?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
The morning before he went to work on the day of the shooting.
Okay. And would you recommend, marijuana for an individual that has symptoms of schizophrenia?
I would not recommend it, no.
Why is that?
For all sorts of reasons. One is, I don't know that it's going to help his schizophrenia. I suppose it could possibly cause problems. I also just don't know enough about the benefits of marijuana. Certainly, to my knowledge, it's not proven effective for schizophrenia.
Okay. Can it exacerbate schizophrenia?
It could, if maybe somebody wasn't paranoid, but then they used marijuana and they became more suspicious. That's an example.
Okay. What if they're already paranoid? Could it increase their paranoia?
Not likely. If they're already to the point where they're, and I'm thinking about in this case, if they're already to the point where they have like a systemized paranoid delusion, arguably the marijuana might relax them or, calm them down, but I wouldn't recommend it. There's other better ways to relax them and calm them down than using marijuana.
Okay.
But the marijuana is not going to make him more paranoid than he was based on his delusional system that he already had.
Okay. So you're saying there's no chance whatsoever that marijuana could increase paranoia for Mr. Foster?
I'm saying he was already so paranoid that he was beyond the level of paranoia that marijuana is going to cause. His illness caused more paranoia than the marijuana can.
Okay. What is ego dynastically? What does that mean?
I think you probably mean ego dystonic.
Ego dystonic? What does that mean?
I mean somebody something's happening, or they're having a thought, or they're doing something that's inconsistent with what makes them feel comfortable. So if I have to do something and it runs counter to what I want to do, then that would be ego dystonic. If I have to do something and I feel good about it, or something that's consistent with what I want to do, that would be ego systolic.
Okay. So if I think killing people is wrong, ego, and then I kill someone, and I feel bad about doing it, is that ego dystonic?
Correct. That's a good one. Good example.
Okay. And so Mr. Foster was feeling bad that he had to kill someone?
I believe that his actions of killing and shooting people was very ego dystonic for him.
Okay. And so that means that internally he thought it was wrong.
No, that means he didn't want to do it. Go back to my home invasion example. I don't want to shoot somebody, but if they come in my house and I feel like I have to, I might do it. I could feel very ego dystonic about it. I might even have PTSD about it. I didn't want to do it, but that doesn't mean that I thought it was wrong to do. In fact, I very much thought it was right to do. I just preferred I not have to.
Okay. And we can agree that a home invasion is different than, a trespasser situation, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I think it...
In the context of what you're talking about, which is self-defense, you just said that. In my situation at my home, you said...
I wasn't talking about
might
self-defense. I was trying to illustrate something that's ego dystonic. I might do something that I feel is right to do, but I still might not feel good about having done it. That doesn't mean I thought it was wrong. It just means I wish I didn't have to be in that position to do it.
Okay. So, Dr. Stenson, in your report, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. So you have a footnote, let me pull up the page. Alright. Just have it. 1 second. You had a footnote that you spoke with me, right? On page 16.
Um,
16, collateral interviews, number 2.
yeah, I think that footnote says we had email communications. I'd said earlier that we spoke by telephone.
Okay. So, upon giving my initial feedback to Prosecutor McCoy on 113, he inquired as to whether I talked to Dr. Tilley. You're saying I put that in an email?
Where are you at?
I told you, collateral interviews,
Mhm.
where it says 1, I spoke by telephone.
Yes.
Footnote 2, we also had various emails. And
Correct.
then you say, footnote 3, I spoke by telephone with Dr. John Tilley.
Correct.
3. Okay. Could you read footnote 3 for me?
Yeah, it says Dr. Tilley is a psychologist who was retained by defense counsel in this matter. Upon giving my initial feedback to Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Tyler McCoy on 11326, he, Mr. McCoy, inquired as to whether I had talked to Dr. Tilley and whether his, Dr. Tilley's, opinion was the same as mine. I had not talked to Dr. Tilley, but we, I and Mr. McCoy, agreed it might be helpful and would not be inappropriate to do so to determine if Dr. Tilley had any information that I did not, and or if he had reached an opinion that was inconsistent with mine.
Okay. And so you received an order from this court on November 20th, 2025, indicating that you were to complete a mental health evaluation at the time he committed the offense, right?
I received the order. I'll take your word for on the date.
So if the order says that it was granted on 11/20/2025, I probably emailed it to you pretty soon thereafter.
That seems fair.
Okay. And in that order, it also talks about the defense contacting Dr. John Tilley.
Okay.
Okay? Let's assume that it does, because it
Sure.
does. But, so at that point, you would have read that order, right?
That's correct.
Because you got to figure out what you're going to do.
Sure.
Okay. And so at that point, you would have been on notice that Dr. John Tilley was going to be a part of this case, right?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you had a partnership with Dr. John Tilley at Forum Ohio LLC?
Previously I did, yes.
Okay. And you said that that ended in 2023?
I think it was 2023. It could have been September 2024, but I think it was September 2023.
Okay. You're just not sure that 23, 24 sometime?
No, I just literally can't remember if it's been 2 or 3 years.
Okay. And you created it in 14,
Correct.
Forum Ohio?
Correct.
Was Dr. Tilley's signature on that, the creation of that?
Objection, relevant.
Yeah, we're ahead of you.
They try to draw the stain, I'm just going to go into it.
How,
I mean, we weren't, this was never disclosed to us.
okay, go ahead.
All right, so, let me pull it up.
What are you showing?
I'm going to show him the paperwork. He said I'm not sure where he signed it. That's not one second. All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 40. So
Okay.
this is I got this from the Secretary of State's website. Okay?
Sure.
And so this is for Forum Ohio LLC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so it has your name as the agent?
Correct.
Okay, so Bob Stenson here, right?
Correct.
All right. Whose name is on this?
What you're putting in front of me?
Yes,
Mine and John's.
you're in John's, okay. So this is when you created the LLC. Both of you signed it,
Correct.
okay. And did you tell me about that?
No, I did not. I don't believe I mentioned that to you.
Okay. Wouldn't you think that's something important to tell someone, that you're a client?
Objection.
He got appointed to evaluate this at the prosecutor's request, correct?
Yeah, they never disclosed to us that they were,
Does he have some
Partners.
duty to?
I mean, it seems like there's an air of impropriety from our perspective, yes, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
What was your question?
Did you disclose this to us?
No, to clarify, I didn't know that Dr. Tilly was involved in this case until well after I'd been involved and did my competency evaluation. You're talking about the sanity order where they mentioned Dr. Tilly. I would have had no way, A, to know that he was involved in the case early on, and B, even had I don't see a conflict of interest or any reason why I would tell you that, you know, I used to be in business with him several years ago.
Okay, so this is from January 29th, 2026. This is about us, okay? This is from Forum Ohio's website.
Okay,
It says, Dr. Bob Stenson, managing partner. And
correct.
it says, Dr. John Tilley, partner. This is from January of 2026, when I found this,
Okay,
okay? And then I was looking the other day, showing you State's Exhibit 41B. It says Dr. Bob Stenson, managing partner, and then no Dr. Tilley and partner anymore. Now Dr. Tilley's under staff. Wow, I think he's at the very bottom now. Dr. John Tilley is
It's
no longer
alphabetical.
partner.
It's alphabetical.
Okay, but he's not partner anymore, right?
He hasn't been a partner for several years.
Okay. And so you just now changed your website, though, right?
Objection, relevance.
Over.
Yeah, it looks like it was recently updated, probably because we started a new year with new students and new fellows, and they get added, and then the webmaster probably updated it. I don't update the website.
Okay. So it wasn't.
In fact, I think on the homepage of our website, we still have stuff from COVID in 2020. It's probably due for an overhaul.
Okay. So it wasn't just now updated recently.
No, I think it was updated when the new students and fellows started, probably after July 1.
Okay. So when I did a little Java search or a command search, it looks like it was updated on August 3rd, 2026.
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is testimony coming in the form of a question.
You know when it was updated?
I don't.
Okay. Next one.
So if this shows that it was updated on August
Objection.
3rd, 2026, would that be a reason? You said it was after July 1st, 2026.
Yeah, I'm speculating, but I assume what happened is we had a new round of students and fellows, and somebody in the office sent our webmaster their bios, and probably looked at it and said, oh, by the way, you need to move John off of the top because he hasn't been a partner in years.
Okay. It wasn't because of this trial?
No, I don't, I literally have nothing to do with the website,
Okay, thank you.
other than, I guess I paid the bills.
All right, that'd be quick.
Redirect.
Let's kind of start, Dr. Stinson, where we just left off, this Forum Ohio, these questions about Forum Ohio LLC. The thing that I heard from your cross-examination testimony, and what I heard when I was asking you questions, is that John Tilley used to be a partner in Forum Ohio, right?
That's correct.
Used to be, which means predating this case.
That's correct.
Used to be predating Bruce Foster committing the acts that he did on February 4th, 2025.
That's correct.
Okay. And he had not been a partner for over a year, correct?
A year or two.
You still maintained a business relationship, correct?
We do.
He's still a colleague of yours, right?
I'll say this, he's a colleague and I consider him a friend. I don't think he's done any work for Forum Ohio since he left, but he's allowed me to consider him a potential independent contractor. He's basically said, look, I don't want any work because I'm busy. That's why I got out of being a partner in the first place. But if you ever find yourself in a jam and you need a little extra help, feel free to call me.
Okay. The state retained you, right?
That's correct.
They paid you money to write this report, right?
They did.
And then you gave them your CV, right?
They did.
And on your CV, it's conspicuously listed at the top. Forum Ohio LLC, correct?
That's fair.
So it's out there that
Sure.
you own or that you are affiliated with Forum Ohio LLC.
Yes.
Dr. Tilley hasn't been involved in Forum Ohio LLC for several years at this point, correct?
Correct.
And predating this case.
Correct.
Okay, glad we can move on from that topic. But what I'd really like to get back to is where Mr. McCoy started off with psychology being a soft science. I find that condescending.
Yeah, I think I took it with a grain of salt. I get, where he's going with that. But there's good science behind psychology.
Okay, so you can't just like plug in Bruce Foster or me or Judge Brandstool into a machine and then it just projects what's going on in your mind at that time, right?
Right.
It doesn't just project like, hey, you're schizophrenic. Hey, I'm bipolar. Hey, I've got cannabis use disorder, right?
Correct.
It takes talking, right?
Sure.
It takes training. It takes experience, correct?
It does.
And you have a lot of training and experience, right?
Fair.
You spent 15 years at Twin Valley, which is now Central Ohio Behavioral Health, right?
That's correct.
Dealing with people who are psychotic.
Yes.
People that are still there since you were employed there, right?
Correct.
I want to talk to this issue about clothing and the inconsistency, because it is an inconsistency about whether Mr. Foster changed his pants in the back of an Uber. Okay? So part of your duty in this evaluation is to kind of put reality to the side, but put yourself, look at things through the lens of Mr. Foster, correct?
That's part of what I have to do, yes.
Okay. And understanding that, would that change your conclusion in this case that Mr. Foster did not have knowledge of the wrongfulness of his conduct?
No, and that's the point I'm trying to make is I'm willing to entertain both hypotheses, that he did change his clothes in the Uber or that he didn't change his clothes in the Uber. I don't think it changes the analysis of whether he knew the wrongfulness. Because the implication is, well, if he changed his clothes, maybe he was trying to, avoid identification, avoid detection, but the data as a whole doesn't really support that hypothesis.
In those clothes, when you reviewed the arrest records, you reviewed records relating to what was found at Mr. Foster's residence when he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Was his clothing found there?
They were.
Was the clothing that Mr. McCoy mentioned to you on his cross-examination found at his residence?
That's my understanding, yes.
Was it in the trash can?
No,
Was it in the garbage disposal?
no,
Was it in some place where it indicated to you that someone was trying to destroy or conceal evidence?
no,
Out in the open.
correct.
And again, when you're doing this evaluation, and this is why I asked you to explain this delusional framework, because for people like me that aren't psychologists, it's really hard to divorce reality from delusion. So, are you taking everything that Mr. Foster tells you as true?
No, of course not.
Okay, so how do you, as a psychologist, and you're preparing these type of reports, whether it's a competency report or a sanity report, how do you reconcile the two, and how do you still render a valid and reliable opinion about someone's mental state, understanding that what they might be telling you might be total nonsense?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's about convergence of data. And when I teach on this, I say, it's kind of like lawyer work, I think. The ones who are the best are the ones who put in the work. And so if you're willing to get all the records, review them, actually spend the time digesting them, you're willing to kind of do a lengthy interview when it's needed, sort everything out, and look at convergence of evidence, those are the ones that tend to rise to the top as, okay, I understand where they came from and what they have. So this case is no different. It's convergence. It's on any given case, you could pull out a single data point and say, oh, this seems inconsistent. But that's not our job. I mean, I get that could be a lawyer's job, but our job is to not cherry pick a single isolated fact and say, oh, this could be argued the other way. You entertain that possibility, but then you have to take the convergence of all the data and say, does this make sense? Is this, if I'm trying to understand what his mental state was, what he was thinking, feeling, doing, why he was doing it, you look for convergence of data, and that was what I endeavored to do here.
Dr. Stinson, that night in Bruce Foster's mind, February 4th, 2025, was different than any other day in his life, correct?
Of course,
That's a date where he thought it was the end, correct?
that's correct.
He had to kill, sorry, I'm leading you. Is it your opinion, based on based on what Mr. Foster told you, that he had to kill or be killed?
That's exactly correct.
So calling his Uber early isn't out of the ordinary, understanding his delusional framework that tonight's the night that he might die.
It was out of the ordinary for his behavior, but in the context of his delusions, it makes perfect sense. He had to get out of there early. He was fixing to be killed. and he had to kill them and get out of there before he was dead.
So, Dr. Stinson, Mr. Foster's mom is potentially affiliated with this mafia group. Is that your testimony?
That was, I don't believe she is. That was Mr. Foster's belief, was that she was a member of the mafia group, and his dad was an affiliated friend of members of the group.
Okay, but she's still alive today.
Correct.
So, was he not imminently at risk of being harmed by her at that time? Is that your opinion?
That's my understanding, is his perception was that he wasn't imminently at risk of being harmed at that moment. There are a number of people that he believes are affiliated with the mafia group. And as I said, he went to great lengths to try not to kill them, and saw it as a last resort that he was only justified in doing when he believed it was so imminent that he had to kill them or be killed himself.
He didn't kill the people at Chipotle, did he?
He did not.
Even though they used his marketing idea, and even though they made millions off of his marketing idea that was played in the NBA Finals.
Correct.
Mr. McCoy made a great reference that you didn't ask more about why he thought he was going to be hung, why Mr. Foster thought he was going to be hung at work at KDC. But you reviewed records as part of your job in doing this case, right?
I did.
I mean, I think the first several pages of your report contains a summary of every record that you reviewed, right?
That's correct.
And so you rely on the validity of those records, especially if they're coming from an institution like COBH, which you previously worked for, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have for any reason to question Dr. Smith's report or psychiatrist's report from COBH that referenced Mr. Foster being in fear of being hung at work?
No, I did not have any reason to question. In fact, it was very consistent with what I had heard up to that point.
I want to address a question Mr. McCoy asked you about adrenaline, because Mr. Foster looked wide-eyed. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you recall reading about that in the records, right?
Yes.
Like he had like an impulse to use force or an impulse to kill someone, correct?
Correct.
And that the actions here are grisly, correct?
Sure.
So, could he be wide-eyed because of adrenaline?
He could.
Could he be wide-eyed because he's psychotic?
He could.
Is there good evidence that he's psychotic?
Yes.
Is there a track record, years worth of evidence that he's psychotic?
Correct. Yes.
Is there prior diagnoses pre-existing this case that he had not only been pink-slipped twice, but also diagnosed with severe mental diseases?
Yes.
Schizophrenia,
Yes.
bipolar disorder.
Yes.
And I want to go back to Chipotle too. There's some conflict in how Mr. Foster's employment relationship ended there, whether he was fired or whether he resigned. Did that change your opinion on anything that you reached here today?
No, as I was trying to articulate, what's most important is not what officially happened, but his perception. His perception was that he had been wrongfully terminated by a member of the mafia who was a niece of the president, and they were trying to steal his money and cheat him out of money he had earned by coming up with great marketing ideas for them. So it's his perception that matters.
Okay. And you considered his perception.
They did.
I want to talk to you about differences, inconsistencies between Mr. Foster's account during your competency interview and his sanity interview. And you had, I recall that we talked about this, for the reader's sake of your evaluation, in normal caps, you explained what Mr. Foster thought in his delusional state during your competency, and then you did a parenthetical with all caps to say how he responded to that after he had been, when you did his sanity evaluation.
That's correct.
Did I butcher that at all, or did
No,
that?
you said it perfectly.
Okay, so he's inconsistent because he's taking medication by the time that you're evaluating him for sanity, correct?
Yeah, and that was the point, was to illustrate the difference between what he reported when he was psychotic and what he's reporting when he's more stabilized. He still had, frankly, some symptoms, but he was much more stabilized in December.
Okay, and he's taking medications, psychotropic medications, right?
Correct.
Are you aware of the medications that he takes,
I
or
believe-
that he was taking?
I believe at that time he was on Risperdal and Cogentin.
What generally, I know you're not a physician, but what's your understanding of those medications in the psychological field?
So Risperdal is an antipsychotic, and cogentin is a medication used to treat the side effects of the antipsychotic. So it gets muscle stiffness or eye twitching, things like that.
Okay. I want to talk about marijuana use. Dr. Stinson, do you have any doubt or any concern in your mind that this behavior was in any way substance-induced psychosis?
This was not substance-induced psychosis.
Okay. I want to talk about forward health. Isn't it true, based on your review of the records, that Mr. Foster voluntarily went to forward health?
That's correct.
Okay. And he stayed in a recovery house there, or I'm sorry, a recovery house, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that part of his account too about wanting to stay there is that he found the routine to be calming and structured?
That was part of what he liked about it, yes.
Now, when he reported there, he had been thinking delusional for a period of time, correct?
He had been, yes.
This was after he was pink slipped?
Correct.
This was after he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder?
That's correct.
So his reporting is questionable. He's not a reliable historian at this point.
I would agree that when he's psychotic, he's definitely not a reliable historian.
Okay. And do you recall Narcan being found in Mr. Foster's apartment?
I don't specifically recall that, no.
Do you recall any evidence in reviewing the several documents and videos in this case that suggest that Mr. Foster has a drug problem outside of using marijuana?
I did not see that, no.
Do you find paraphernalia, needles, pills, a spoon to cook up heroin or fentanyl?
I did not see that in the records, no.
Okay. So his reporting of his drug use is questionable to Forward Health at that time, correct?
I'm not sure I'm following the question. Is reporting to Forward Health?
Yes.
Well, it's questionable. I wouldn't attribute necessarily to a psychosis. It's also questionable because he was looking for housing.
Okay, and
So he was trying to get housing.
all right, so he was trying to get housing, correct?
Correct.
Was he homeless at the time, or struggling didn't have like a stable place to call home?
Correct.
All right, and let's step back a little bit. Mr. Foster had delusions about his mother, correct?
He did.
What were those delusions about his mother, what his mother was trying to do to him?
Well, there are many, but the most salient ones are that he believed his mother had previously tried to kill him, tried to poison him, believed that she had previously killed one of his cousins and another person, and believed that she was a part of the mafia that was plotting to kill him, and that she was cooperating with them, and in doing so, trying to manipulate him so that he could end up dead.
Okay. What about putting drugs inside his food or drinks, or trying to give him drugs?
Right, he believed that she put drugs inside of his drinks, he believed that she had put semen inside of his drinks, all in service of trying to kill him.
Okay. Finally, Dr. Stinson, just about your interactions with the state in this case. That's kind of where we left off. To go back to that, tell me about. Mr. McCoy brought it up, the email conversations, the phone conversations you had. Just explain the nature of those conversations, the back and forth, for the benefit of us.
Yeah, so as is my usual practice, if I'm retained by one party, after I'm done with my evaluation, I'll offer them an opportunity to get feedback from me, because I don't know if they're going to want a report or not. I don't know if one is necessarily going to be required, or if it's not, if they want it. So I give them the feedback, and that's what I did in this case, and that initially was by telephone. And then either later, and that was the call where I gave him the feedback that I thought he satisfied the criteria for NGRI, and they asked me to reach out to Dr. Tilley to see if he had a different opinion before I reduced anything to writing, or before I came to my final conclusions. So I did follow with Dr. Tilley that day, and then either that evening or the next morning, I received a fairly lengthy email from Mr. McCoy, kind of saying, my understanding is this and this and this, and then I gave a fairly lengthy response back saying, I think that you're not summarizing what I said accurately. This is my position, or this is my position, and then responding to certain questions he had. and then invited him in that email to have further conversation if you'd like to. And then we did schedule another phone call that lasted for maybe an hour and 40 minutes, where they, essentially said, here's why, we think maybe, did you consider this, or, our perspective is that. And we had that long conversation. I explained my position. I heard them and took into consideration what they were saying, and then ultimately had the same opinion that I had when I originally gave them the feedback.
In fact, Dr. Stinson, isn't it true that the state at one point tried to characterize your opinion as offering evidence that Mr. Foster knew what he was doing at the time of the offenses charged?
Yeah, I think after the initial phone call, that was in the email that I got. I can't remember if they sent it that night or the next morning, but I got it the next morning. And I think part of his summary was, hey, from our phone call, it's my understanding that he basically knew the wrongfulness. And I clarified and said, no, that is certainly not.
Let me stop you right there. So you had to send an email back and you had to clarify, no, that's not what I'm saying, right?
That's correct.
Okay, go on, please.
And then I just clarified and said, I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. I tried to be clear that this is my opinion, and here's why. And they had several points like, did you consider this, did you consider that? And most of it, I believe I had considered and tried to articulate why, even though I considered it, my opinion was what it was.
Dr. Stinson, you've been questioned extensively. You've been questioned by the state. You might get another opportunity to be questioned by them. Is there anything that you've heard today that will make you change or amend your opinion about Bruce Foster, whether he knew the wrongfulness of his conduct on February 4th, 2025?
No, I feel confident in my opinion.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Reed Cross.
Hey, Doctor, you said that he was trying to get housing, so he's not a reliable narrator, and so he might have been trying to get housing when he voluntarily checked into Forward Health?
That was part of my understanding, yes.
Okay, is that because he'd be malingering his substance abuse issues is what you're trying to get at?
I don't know if I'd say he was malingering. I think what he said is, even though he didn't believe he had a substance use problem, he was willing to go into a substance abuse program and follow their program in exchange for the housing.
Okay, so not like overstate his particular substance abuse issues that he has?
Yeah, I don't think he did. As I said, in my review of the Forward Health records, I didn't see him endorsing symptoms that would substantiate the diagnosis they made. I think he went there and said, I'm willing to accept your program and go through it. But as I said, in the Forward Health records I reviewed, I didn't see them document the criteria that would be necessary to make that diagnosis.
Okay, and you said that, what about, losing someone's housing? Would that create potential desperation, would you say?
I think it could.
Okay, and you said you watched Mr. Foster's interview with the police, right?
I did.
Okay, and what did he say his biggest problem was to the police?
I don't recall specifically as I sit here that he identified his biggest problem.
Okay, so you don't remember?
Not as I sit here right now. Like a single biggest problem.
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
So he didn't say his single biggest problem was people trying to kill him.
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
So you don't remember? Would
No.
watching
He
the
said
video?
that 3 times now.
Okay,
He
can I
said
show him the
that he
video then?
doesn't remember what you asked.
Can I show him the video?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you C629. Starting at 54.
I was offering to you, obviously you don't feel that way and I understand it, but what I was offering to you was a hand to help you out of that hole.
Okay.
And that's why we're here right now.
Okay, my biggest problem is finances. And I don't want it to sound selfish or greedy, but I'm at zero, man. These last dollars I gotta eat with it, man.
Yeah.
I have to eat with it. And like I said, I'm in the worst cycle ever. I had to order an Uber just to get to work, just to get paid, just to spend it on an Uber, just to go back to work, just to get paid. All right? That's every 14 days. My rent is due every 30 days. That's unacceptable one. I've already put in too much work, man. I don't deserve the BS, man.
Have you explained this to anybody in work?
I explain.
All right, what did he say?
He said his biggest problem was finances, and they went on to explain I don't deserve this BS.
Okay, and so, did you hear him say it's people trying to kill him? That's his biggest problem.
I did not hear him say that, no.
Okay. But he told you something different?
No, I think he didn't tell me what his single biggest problem was. Surely, what he told me is very consistent with what he said there, that people, he was entitled to a lot of money because he was giving people financial advice, because he's a marketing strategist, because he cured diseases, and he felt like he was being ripped off. And contextually, what we're missing here is he believed the mafia was responsible for all this, and they were planning to kill him.
Okay. But when he was asked this question by the police, he could have provided all of that information, right?
I think if you watch the hour and 48 minutes, he certainly provided information that he believed people were trying to kill him, and that he says in here that he's a doctor, that he's an accountant, that he's a financial expert, that he's a marketing strategist. He says all that stuff. You have to listen to all hour and 48 minutes, and you'll get the delusions that are there, including the fact that he thought he was going to be killed.
Okay. And he said people on the streets were trying to get him in his interview.
Yeah, I think he thought people all over the place were trying to
No,
kill
but
him.
he specifically says people on the streets.
Yeah.
Okay. Is KDC the streets?
I don't think he said only people on the streets.
So if he said, who's trying to, kill you, I'm a target, a lot of people want me to die, people on the streets is what he says.
Yeah, I don't think he said only people on the streets. He thought his mom, he thought his employer, he thought his coworkers, he thought all sorts of people were going to kill him, and had tried.
Are his coworkers people on the streets?
I assume they're free and on the streets. I assume I don't know that they're not.
When we're in KDC 1, are you on the streets?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Nothing further.
Doctor, I'll ask you a question. Did you review the video of Mr. Foster at the vending machine area?
I did.
Did you make any note of his behavior there?
I did.
What was it?
He seemed to be, it's hard to know because there's no, oh gosh, I think it was in the middle of his work. I think he was in his work clothes, if I remember right.
Was he wearing anything that was covering his face?
To be honest, I really don't remember.
I don't have any additional questions.
Recross based on my question.
Okay. Are you aware that some people rap to themselves?
I am aware of that.
Okay. So could he have been rapping to himself?
It's certainly a possibility.
Okay. So if there's other people that said that he sometimes raps to himself, so he could have been doing that same exact thing at that time.
Certainly a hypothesis.
Okay. Nothing further.
Do you hold these opinions within a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
I do.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, counsel, it's about 5:10. I understand the next witness will be ready to go 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Correct, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further before we adjourn?
No.
Okay, 9 o'clock. I've got a couple things early, so we'll resume at 9 o'clock. I'll see everyone then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
the policy.